Yeah. We out here. Alright. Okie dokie. How's everyone doing? Hello, hello. Uh-oh. Hang on. Let me fix my camera real quick. Alright. Here we go. What up? How's everyone doing? How's everyone going? Welcome back to the Clive broadcast. Oh, true. Hang on. I've come to the conclusion that I need to rewrite my bot again. Or I don't actually need to. It works, but I would like to take advantage of some. Currently, it's in JavaScript, which is a real disaster of a language. And I realized if I was to rewrite it into Python, I could take advantage of a lot of off-the-shelf libraries that would make my life a lot easier. Like, I was thinking of hooking it into YouTube Music. I've been talking about some kind of music integration. And I realized that someone has made a Python library to do that, because there's no actual API.
Tier 100,
Yo.
You can say that again.
Thanks for the 100 bits. Yes, indeed. And thanks, Yes, I'm Jack, for subbing with the Prime for 4 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. So, rewrite from a slow language to an even slower language. Is Python really that much slower? I mean, it's just a bot, so it's like, this is not a mission critical, performance critical application. Like, otherwise I agree. Like, I like writing lower level stuff when I can, but like in the world of the internet, it just makes things a little. I'm just trying to make things less hard on myself, essentially. Disto Peach, thanks so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Ah, there's a YouTube Music API thing for Node.js. Well, yeah, maybe something worth giving a go. But I also don't like JavaScript in general. I don't like how it's async and doesn't do anything in the order that you tell it to. I know that there are going to be JavaScript experts that are just like, get good, scrub, but I just don't care. Python can be surprisingly bad performance-wise, but it's also had a lot less money poured into optimizing it. Sure, I can believe that. In the sense that, yeah, I know that JavaScript is used on so many websites, it kind of has to be performant, or they have to at least try to make it performant, you know what I mean? Could write it in C++. I already had a bot in C++, but then you really do have to do everything yourself. Like, I mean, you don't have to, but like, you don't get, you don't necessarily, like in Python and JavaScript, you get like an HTTP server off the shelf, which I used to run my overlay. You get a IRC client more or less off the shelf. I mean, these are all not when I say off the shelf, I don't mean they're built into the language. I mean that they're very easy to acquire, whereas they're a lot harder to acquire in C++ land. And an IRC client for Twitch. I actually did have a WebSocket client because I was using Qt, but you know, there are worlds where I wouldn't have a WebSocket client either. Yeah. I don't know what you mean by it not doing things in the right order. It literally does not do things in the order that you tell it to. So if you call a function in JavaScript, it will go off and do that function, and then it'll keep executing code here before this function is returned. As far as I know, I've never used another language that does that. Every other language will do this function and then come back and then do the next line. No other, I've never used a language otherwise that tries to multi-thread automatically for you. I think that's silly. Anything you do in Python can be async? As far as I know, not necessarily. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. That's just a thing that I don't like about JavaScript. Not all calls are async. No, I mean, I'm not talking about like async functions. I'm talking about like normal functions. It just kind of does that. Like, hang on, I'll try to write an example. Alright, so, in my experience, and maybe this is just my experience, but let's say, wow, these are, these are not rendering correctly, are they? JavaScript, here. It does not execute functions out of order. Well, it doesn't execute functions out of order, but in my experience, let's say, do something here. I know everyone says I should use let, so I'll use let. Sum global var equals 0. And then you run something and it says var equals, I don't know, 69. And then you have some code over here that's like, I'll call it main. And we say, do something, and then in my experience, it will go off and do this function and then keep executing here before this function is returned. So this may be 0 or it might be 69 and you don't really know. What you're supposed to do here is write like a callback, and then go like, for when the function is done. You're just scoping things wrong. What does that mean? Like, I'm just not allowed to do this? Asynchronous functions that accept callbacks. This is,
Tier 100 Clyde, my man. Stop embarrassing yourself.
I swear to God, I've written code just like this, and it doesn't do, it does what I said. It'll like, you won't know if this is 69 or 0. Again, maybe I'm just doing something wrong. All right, you know, I'll accept maybe I'm just doing something wrong. But as far as my experience has gone, I've done this exact thing. I haven't made this like async or anything.
I had written JS for 15 years and that did not ever happen. And your code is wrong, Tier 100.
Well, I'll try to find an example then. Well, I'll try to find an actual example, and I'll see. We'll see. He's wrong and gets money for it. All right, fine. I'll defer to the JavaScript experts in chat for now, but I swear I've had an issue like that.
Don't function calls with asynchronous calls like set timeout or fetch, Tier 100.
No, this definitely wasn't a set timeout or a fetch. Probably working with functions which are async, you just didn't write them so you didn't realize. No, I swear I wrote functions that did this. I swear this has happened to me, but I don't have an example off the top of my head. So anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, I don't really know what the point was. I swear I've had something like that happen, but I don't have an example to demonstrate, so I have no I have no evidence to back this up. This is just something I feel has happened to me in the past. But anyway, yeah, so we're doing some 360 stuff today. At some point. But hey, what's up? How's everyone been since Tuesday when I last streamed? I've been... Yesterday. Oh yeah, yesterday I was setting up my I was finalizing my store, which works now. It should be all ready to go. If you need any, don't know why that's happening. If you need any like stuff, I'm selling stuff now, and the range is not big. It's only these 6, but it's some classic mods. So I think stuff that will be relatively like useful. Yeah. So, and I'll be making some videos about like, so on the Bytes channel and stuff. I'll make some like tutorials and shit about when you might need what and what might be helpful at what time, like when you'd want to use a glitch chip and when you'd want to use not a glitch chip. MattKC.live, what the hell is this? I didn't set that up, someone else bought that. I have no idea what that is. So, again, I only own MattKC.com, I don't own any other MattKC domains. This stuff might be useful. Yeah, it might be. It's up to you to decide. I'm not going to try and pretend that everyone needs a PS2 mod chip. I'm just saying. Another way to make people give you money. Oh yeah, that's what everyone thinks when they set up any store whatsoever. Is now I can make people give me money. True. Should buy MattKC Live and redirect it to your Twitch stream. People have suggested that, and people have suggested like buy mattkc.forum to redirect it to your forums, but it's just like there's no real point to it though. You know, once you have the .com, I feel like is always going to be the prestigious domain in the sense that like if you have the .com, you don't really need to waste your money on anything else. Like I feel like we talk a lot about domains on this stream, but like if I saw and I get the idea of the TLD, of adding all these top-level domains. I get the idea that, you know, we're going to run out of stuff you can add to .com and .org and all of that. But, like, if I saw a company with, like, a .accountant domain name, I'm just going to think they're not very good because they couldn't get the .com. Now, maybe that's just me being prejudiced, and maybe that's a mindset that people will get out of eventually, or that I and people like me will get out of at some point. But right now, I just feel like if you're serious, you get a .com. You know what I mean? And if you're not, you find a way to get a .com if you're serious. Otherwise, you know, I'm not gonna. What am I gonna go to something .agency and expect not to get scammed? Maybe that's just me. So, racist. Yeah, that's me. I'm a top-level domain racist. All right. I'm sure as hell not going to anything .blockbuster. Man, what a waste of a TLD. They made a whole thing for Blockbuster just for them to promptly go out of business. They should have... Do they have, like, the last Blockbuster? Or something like that? If they've got this TLD. Because that's, like, the only one left. What the hell? Well, anyway. So, yeah, that's how I feel about that. The newest editions which instantly got blocked by all companies. I can believe it, because like, well, like I said, you know, if I saw a .accountant top level domain, I'd just be like, well, they mustn't be very good because they couldn't afford to get a .com. And probably, you know, they might in fact be scammers. You know what I mean? KC Cancer Research. I did see that one. That's a funny one. That's a long one. Like, I feel like .cancer research, this is longer than most like actual names. Like, how many characters is this? It's 6 plus 14. It's 14 characters. Wikipedia is only 9. Wikipedia .cancer research. The TLD would be longer than the actual domain. Oh, it's the Australian Cancer Research Foundation. That's true. That's interesting. Specifically, Australians are handling that one. One thing I know for sure is that mattKC.ads obviously won't scam me. That's what I'm saying. If it's like, I've been railing against .accountant, but like if it's mattKC.accountant, then you know you can trust it, right? unless I didn't set it up, in which case you don't know you can trust it. mattKC.bible. What the hell is Q? What does that mean? Oh, see you. Ah, I get it. It's like an ICQ number. Anyway, Best Buy. It's such a. I feel like it's kind of a waste to have all these things reserved for companies, and they don't ever seem to use them. Or maybe they do, and I just don't see it. But wait, you could do some funny stuff with Bet, like Bet. Maybe not. Maybe you can't do actually that much with it. You bet. There you go. There you go. Anyway. So, yeah. So my point is just, people have suggested that I get other stuff like mattKC.live and mattKC.forum, but I just feel like once you have mattKC.com, it's just like, I don't know if I really need to spend money on any more domains, any more mattKC domains, because like I feel like once you have the .com, then that's like, well, you've done it, you know. You don't have to deal with any like, oh, you couldn't get, you know, you have to be it's mattKC on Twitter. No, I've got mattKC.com, bitch. I don't have to be anything anymore. I'm just gonna do everything on mattKC.com now. But yeah, anyway. I would agree, but fucking whamwoowham.com is parked for $3,000.
But funny domain name.
Well, if it's funny, sure, but like mattKC.live is not necessarily a joke. That's more of a functional domain. But if it's like doing your mom, then yes, absolutely. I'm surprised that anyone is parking whamwoowham for $3,000 though, because like, is the demand really that high? How many people go by whamwoowham on the internet? Why is .intel a TLD? Is it? Well, I guess just any like, I guess the same reason .apple is a domain and .google. Does Microsoft? Yeah, .microsoft has one. So yeah, I think they just have like a bunch of stuff reserved for companies, which again, you never actually see them using them. Like, you don't go to anything .google really, you just keep going to google.com. You don't go to like .intel anything. You don't go to i7.intel, you just go to intel.com. Oh, it's even more, it's actually $4,000. That's funny. Did AMD get one? No, they didn't. Oof. So Intel supremacy in the TLD market, clearly. Are we RGHing? No, we're actually not RGHing, and instead I'm exploring my own. I'm doing some research into the Xbox 360. .kindle is a domain. Why? They already have .amazon. They could just have like, just put everything on .amazon. Anyway, whatever. Is it time for the soft mod testing? Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves yet. I'm not saying we have a soft mod or anything like that yet. What I'm saying is, I'd like to explore an idea I had. You're trying to X360 at home. Again, we're gonna explore. But yes, that's the sort of thing that we're gonna be doing today. What we're gonna do is, what I want to do basically today is make a re-implementation of the SHA-1 checking algorithm. And as long as I can get something that works, then, you know, we can port it to fucking OpenCL and we can do some brute forcing. Now, we don't just want to brute force everything. So, alright, if we're gonna start getting into this, we fix the mod chip OG Xbox you killed. No, I'm running an order of open Xeniums right now with my good friends at PCB Way, but they haven't arrived yet, so I'm going to use one of those. This is the SHA-1 collision thing. I mean, maybe. So I've been reading about SHA-1. Let's do some reading about SHA-1. Specifically the Shambles white paper. Again, I haven't read all of this yet. I'm no expert in cryptography or anything like that. But this is essentially what they've done. They've managed to... Okay, so I should talk a little bit about SHA-1 to begin with, which is SHA-1 is 160-bit hash. Now, you might think that in order to brute force, you need to have 2 to the 160...
Hey, Matt. Watching while I work on my Discord bot. How...
Well, I don't know why Microsoft Sam couldn't finish that, but hey, thanks for the Prime sub, Win the Silly. Oh, and Malia Vul, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. This is 6 months. Hell yeah, I really appreciate that. Okay, yow. That's funny, yow. So I'm going to bring up a large number calculator so we can do this. So 2 to the 160, this is a big number. This is huge. This is how many potential combinations we can make with 160 bits. Now that's a lot. That's too many, really. It's too many to brute force. However, there's a probability rule called the birthday prefix. No, not prefix. The birthday paradox. I'm getting my terms mixed up. The birthday paradox, which is that you can actually you can get a likelihood of certain things happening a lot quicker than you might think. So the birthday paradox refers to the counterintuitive fact that if you assembled a group of people, you would only need 23 people for the probability that 2 of them have exactly the same birthday to be more than 50%. Now again, I'm no cryptographic expert, I'm no probability expert, but there is math to back this up. Essentially, you don't have to have half of this number to get a 50% chance of being correct. You need half of this number. So you actually... This is the worst case, like if you had to brute force every single combination, this would be quite long. However, and that would take a long time. However, you only actually need to brute force 2 to the 80 to get a greater than 50% chance of...
Brute force.
Brute force. Hey, Tubular Trev, thanks so much for the Prime sub for 2 months. I really appreciate that. So you only actually need this many attempts for a greater than 50% chance. Like all attempts after this point will be greater than 50% chance that you will actually achieve it. Now, what if one of the birthdays was 29th? Yeah, I don't think it factors that in. I think it assumes this 23 is based specifically on 365 days of the year. Good luck brute forcing that. Yeah, to be honest, this is still too many. This is way too many, okay? The big innovation of the Shambles attack, at least my understanding is, that they got it down to 2 to the 61.2. Some Shambles innovation. 2 to the power of 61.2. Now, unfortunately, this calculator does not let me use like floating point numbers for a power thing, so I'll round it down to 61. And that means we might be able to get away with just this many. If we use their technique, we might be able to get away with just this many attempts. And what's cool about this number is that it's still a whole lot. It is still a whole lot. However, if you take a look at the RTX 2090 today, I think it's this one. Which benchmark was I looking at? The 360 use HMAC. It seems to use it for some of it, but not all of it. So let's see. I'm looking at this is a random guy's benchmark for SHA-1. This is 50,000 million hashes per second that the RTX 4090 can calculate SHA-1s. So that essentially comes out to 50 billion. 50894 until we get to 50 billion. Okay, copy SHA-1 per second. 50 billion, that's a lot of SHA-1s per second. Now, if we divide this by this, it'll be a lot of seconds. This is seconds. How many seconds will this take? Okay, quite a few seconds. But how many minutes is this? It is this many minutes. How many hours is this? This many hours. How many days is this? 24 hours in a day. This is 524 days. How many years is that? About 1.5. So, in theory, a SHA-1, assuming we can achieve this result, could be brute forced by one RTX 4090 in about 1.5 years. Now, with enough RTX 4090s, it could be reduced down to less than a year, maybe. So, this is like, ideally, this is like, hopefully ideal situation is that if we can pull off this amount of complexity, and I'm still reading through the Shambles white paper to know exactly what we would need to do to ensure a probability this good. But yeah, so in an ideal world, one RTX 4090 could brute force a SHA-1 collision in that many years. What hash am I trying to crack? It's a good question. So, let's take a look at the Xbox 360's bootloader. The Xbox 360, this is someone's pseudocode reverse engineering, and I've verified with my own, and it seems pretty accurate. It seems spot on. So, so we do have some HMAC here, but as far as I can tell, only for the header, only for the first, yeah, I think only partially. I need to double check this real quick. And then at the end, it decrypts RC4 and it does another SHA-1 of all the rest of the data. And then that's used in the signature. So I believe this is just a regular SHA-1. Well, it's not a regular SHA-1. They do some like bit math. It's not in this code. They call it a rot sum SHA. So they do some bit math to make this obscure it a little bit. But as far as I can tell, it doesn't make it any less likely that we would have a collision. It just makes it a little bit more like obfuscated, that the fact that they're using SHA-1. So my goal is, let's actually get Ghidra up and running real quick. Because I've loaded some of the stuff up into Ghidra already. No, I don't want to. This is going to open up burnout stuff. I want to open up shed. Yes. I want to open up my 360 stuff, which is... Alright, well, we'll have to wait for this for a little bit. Am I wrong saying that if you have two 49s, it'll take less than a year? Yeah, no, you're not wrong. In theory, again, this is all
it's like
theory.
when SHAs collide.
Indeed, exactly. Again, this is all theoretical right now. I don't yet know if we'll be able to achieve again, a probability this good with what we want to do? I think we can. I have not yet found evidence that we cannot do that. Again, we don't want this. Like, this is with no, like, innovations at all. And this is still too long. This is still, like, too many years. But this is doable. Again, with a 4090, this is doable. And with only two 4090s, yeah, it gets us under a year. 1.5 years at least, yes. Again, this is theoretical. This is probably somewhat best case scenario. But the point is, I think even in like worst case scenarios, it's like at least it's still within our lifetime, I think. Again, I have to do more reading about like how we can ensure that we achieve a probability of this. You want to calculate the power cost of running a 49 at 600 watts for that long? We could do it. I don't know. It would depend, I guess, a lot on like location and like where you are and like providers and stuff like that. But my thinking is, yeah, we would turn this into a Xbox 360 cracking at home situation where like we could all contribute a little bit, and therefore it could be done relatively affordably. We wouldn't have to centralize, like collectively put like $10,000 or whatever. That's what Shambles estimates you could brute force a collision for today is about $10,000. We wouldn't have to collectively centralize $10,000. We could just like contribute a little bit. We could all just contribute a little bit here and there. I think that could help. That could work. So here we go. Can finally load this stuff up. All right. So my goal is we also have a bit of an advantage in that this thing leaked from Microsoft. So should mention that I guess I've got one here. 1BL is the secret ROM in the CPU. That's where bootloading begins. This only needs to be done once, right? 360 doesn't get updates, right? My understanding is, okay, let's talk about. So 1BL is a secret ROM in the CPU that's unchangeable, essentially. We can't do anything about that. CBA is the first bootloader in the flash. It is encrypted, but not per console. It does not use the CPU key. CBB is encrypted with the CPU key. But CBA is just regular RC4 encrypted with the bootloader key, which is in 1BL. I believe that's the same for every console. Yeah, it is. So our goal would be to make a modified version of CBA so that we have full control. So because each bootloader essentially checks the next bootloader to make sure it's verified. So if we just attack CBA so it doesn't verify CBB, then we just have full control from then onwards. Like CBB onwards, we can just do whatever the hell we want. That's the idea, and it's relatively straightforward. Oh, I have to upgrade fucking Ghidra. Hang on. So that's the also allow bootleg discs to be run on unmodified consoles. No, I don't think so. I think this needs you'd need access. You need to modify the firmware to do this. Both my 3060 and 37 will be running at the wall as hard as they can. Hell yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. So is this a soft mod? Kind of. A soft mod attempt? Kind of. Oh, so what I wanted to say was that CBA, I believe, can be transplanted onto any console. So as long as we have like one good CBA that like its digital signature passes, I think we can put it on anything. So this is a using Yay. Of course. What else? No, I know. I'm supposed to do it all manually, but no. So is this a soft mod attempt? Kind of. It's like it's a step towards a soft mod attempt. So this would essentially be what this would be is a no glitch mod. So currently you need a glitch chip or SMC glitch, which is RGH3, to force the bootloader to accept a broken signature. This would get around this. You would not need a glitch chip or any glitching at all because the signature wouldn't be broken as far as it knows. What about for non-split? This would only work for split. Like if we did, assuming we attacked CBA, I mean, we could do another attack for a non-split CB, but I'm pretty sure you can have a split CB even on older consoles, like if you update enough. When are we gonna get CBT? That's what I'm saying. So this would attack so my idea is that this would mean you wouldn't need a glitch chip, that it would just boot. However, you would still need to flash the firmware somehow. So you would still need to flash the glitch, flash the NAND, which would require, in most, well, currently that would require hardware access. You'd have to, though you wouldn't necessarily have to solder something. Someone in the last stream made a good point that you could use like pogo pins. So like someone who's not very familiar with soldering could just like, I don't know, we could attach it to we could attach a NAND flasher to the right pins in a way that doesn't require soldering, and have like that way it's still hardware in the sense you still need to open it up, but you wouldn't have to solder anything in theory. Someone did mention that the way you could potentially turn this into that's totally stable. Well, yeah, it wouldn't be the ideal solution, but it's a maybe. Yeah, maybe a clamp-on tool would be the way to do it. So it's possible to make a jig. That's interesting. Someone in the last stream did mention that, yo, no go it. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, for gifting a tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. So that's kind of phase 1. Someone did mention in the last stream that a lot of Xbox Live stuff leaked in 2020, including as far as I know, what I heard, including some of the keys that they used to sign like some of the payloads that they would deliver over Xbox Live. And this is an if, I haven't looked into this at all. If, the thing about the updates is that software updates had access to the NAND. They could write to the NAND. If we could deliver a like unbroken signature CBA through a signed update file over the internet to a 360, maybe it's a soft mod. That's a maybe. I don't know about that yet. Wasn't the 2020 leak for the OG Xbox only? I believe some other stuff came out, but again, I haven't verified that. I haven't looked into any of that stuff myself. I was just told that Hacker exploited OTA update. Yeah, perhaps. I was told that might be a vector we could do this, because under ordinary circumstances, the hypervisor, the 360 hypervisor, will certainly not let you. It will certainly not let you like write to the firmware. But a system update should be able to write to the firmware, and therefore, if we can deliver a digitally signed update with a hacked update that appears to be digitally signed, maybe it could be a legitimate soft mod. I don't know. This is all hypothetical right now. If we look at if we open up my new Ghidra that I just got. Out of here. HFW PS3. No, I think it would be like, well, I think it would be permanent. Like it would be a CFW. But yeah, it would be distributed over the internet, kind of like the exploit would come over the internet, kind of like BG Toolset. I mean, that's a different mechanism, but yeah, you'd use something over the internet. Well, we would maybe hack, like do some DNS hack to get it to point to our server or something like that. In theory, wouldn't that need an unupdated 360? I don't think so. I think we could still put an old CBA, even if it's like on the latest firmware, we could still put an old CBA on it, I think. Have you looked at and seen if someone has already tried to assign unofficial updates to the Xbox? So the person who told me about this has been working on their own re-implementation of the Xbox 360 Live service. I don't know if hopefully that's not a secret, but they've looked into it a lot, and they reckon it should be doable. No one, I don't think, has ever done it. I don't think there's ever been a successful attempt at it, but I've been told by someone who should be relatively knowledgeable that it should be possible. Again, that part. The network update part is not something I have verified myself. It's not something I have personally looked into. It's just something I've been told as a way that we could extend what I'm proposing, which is a glitchless mod, into a hardware-less mod. Like proper servers, not excellent car. Yeah, proper re-implementation. Pretty sure the 360 does let you install updates through local storage. That does ring a bell. I don't know if I've ever tried to do one, but if so, then yeah, that might be a vector as well. It depends what keys. So that relies on the fact that there may have been some keys that were leaked, some Xbox Live keys that were leaked at some point. I don't know if those keys only apply to Xbox Live updates, or if they only apply to if they might not. I don't know if they'll work on local storage, but we'll see. Again, I don't know much about that part. I do know, I have been reading about SHA-1 though. Disk games have system update partitions with minimum system version to run the game on the disk design, probably. Interesting, yeah. Hardwareless, you can now mod a console you don't even know. Exactly. True. So, another thing that helps is that CBA is encrypted with a known common key. That's not hard to decrypt. CBB is encrypted with a per console CPU key. This is a little bit complicated because in theory, wait, where was the CPU key? The CPU key is in the... Actually, never mind. I don't think this matters at all. I was gonna say that there's something kind of nice about CBA, which is that there's a version of CBA that leaked that does not care about the CPU key, so that we can essentially have a global, we don't have to worry about the per console CPU key. But I just realized if we're only attacking CBA, oh, well, maybe, because what we really want to do, okay, never mind. So what we really want is we want a CBA, CBA that doesn't care about CBB's digital signature. We want a CBA that appears to be digitally signed, so 1BL likes it. And then we need a CBB that well, I guess whatever the hell, we can do whatever we can do whatever here. The only thing, so I guess my question is, do we have to, we might be able to, if we're exploiting the actual Xbox's update system, we might be able, it might end up getting encrypted with the per console key anyway. But even if we can't get the per console CPU key on it, there is a version of CBA which is signed, it's an official Microsoft release, that doesn't care about the CPU key, and we might be able to use that instead. Yeah, CBB can be your own code, CBA can load it without caring, yeah. So if we look at CBA real quick, basically what it does is, CBA is really easy to exploit. This is not a problem. Essentially, there are a number of different ways we could do this. I wrote them down. I don't think I have them available here, but I wrote down like all the ways that you could do this. Essentially, it does a SHA-1 hash, and then it compares it to a hash from the signature. And this, I believe, is what RGH... can you guys... I don't know if you guys can see this very well. This is essentially what RGH attacks, I believe, which is memcompare, when it returns a 0, that means both regions of memory are the same. And if it's not 0, which means they're different, then it does a panic, which basically is just an infinite loop. It doesn't do anything. It just freezes the whole system. But if you pulse the reset pin on the CPU for just enough time, you can make the console think that this returned a 0 and bypass this. So obviously we could replicate that ourselves in software. We could turn this, it's got a branch if equal. We could just turn that into a regular branch, just like jump, don't care about the result of the memcompare. We could load other things into it, like here it says it loads hex 14, which is the length of the SHA-1 hash, as the length of the memory to compare. We could just give that a 0, and if it's 0, then it will skip the compare entirely and just return bvar3, which is 0 anyway. That's a way you could do it. There's a lot of different mechanisms to just skip over this check, just don't care about the result of the SHA. So the real thing is just going to be, how do we get a change like this to be accepted by 1BL? Which it does seem like the easiest way to do it is going to be to brute force a collision. So we make a slight change here. This could even be a 1 byte change. The change doesn't have to be very big at all. But that being said, I don't know whether a big change is better for us probability-wise. Is it better to have more bytes changed or less bytes changed? And then there's a big region of zeros at the end, and I figure this is probably just padding. This is probably where we can put our stuff. This does get shard, I think, but we can probably just spam bytes here until we get a matching collision. So that's currently my idea. And again, I'll need to do some more reading and some math to make sure we get the probability of a collision as high as we can, or the necessary attempts as low as we can. Because this is the no innovation. This is just a blind SHA-1 check. Once we get to this many comparisons, our chance should be over 50%. But this is still too many. This is still unacceptable. So what we're really looking for, ideally, is the ability to get a SHA collision in this many attempts, which again would take a GPU, an RTX 4090, a year and a half, but we can probably get it faster with enough GPUs pitching in. That's kind of that's the pie in the sky goal. You know what I mean? That's it. That's what we're looking for. So hopefully we can get somewhere. Now, what I'm going to do in this stream, essentially, let's load up 1BL real quick, is if we jump over to... Oh, fuck you mean there's a version that doesn't care about CBB? Isn't that just our solution end stream we did it, chat? No, I may not have explained that very well. It doesn't care about the CPU key. It still checks the signature though. So if we go to, it's actually this repo. So there are two versions of CBA out there. There's the regular version, which decrypts CBB with a unique per console key. That could be a complication for us like soft modding wise, as far as like getting a universal global key that no one needs to use a NAND flasher or a NAND flasher or a glitch chip for. However, there's a variant of CBA that does not care about the CPU key at all, and that means that we can be like global on any console anytime. It's nothing unique per console at that point. But we may not even need it, actually. If we end up, like I said, if we end up exploiting the update system anyway, that might end up doing the encrypting with the CPU key. So maybe we don't even have to worry about that. How about we ask Microsoft for the key? True, good point. Donate my 1660 Ti to the cause. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm going to work on this. I want to make sure, before I waste anyone's time, waste anyone's GPU energy, I want to be as sure as I can be that our probability is high. But yeah, I still have to do some more reading about that. So what I plan to do today is I plan to re-implement 1BL, which is here. Not all of 1BL, just enough of it, so that we can be sure that this stuff, basically, primarily this stuff, because I think the CBA I have is already decrypted, but primarily this stuff, I want to re-implement that in C for now, and then later probably port it to OpenCL for GPUs, but re-implement this stuff so that we can try to get as so that we know, so that we're doing the same thing that the 360 is doing, and therefore we know if it's gonna if the 360 will accept our signature or not, essentially. In theory, if you get to a point where CBA is validating the signature on your custom CBB, wouldn't that mean we could use the FMCB type installer on the 360 that would encrypt the CBB with the CPU key? Yeah, possibly. It's not a bad point that so historically the way we would get a CPU key is with Zell, this way. Yeah. Perhaps if we already had our own CBA that doesn't care about CBB, perhaps we could run Zell anyway, or something like it. Though I guess the thing is, if the CBA is still... CBA might still be trying to decrypt it with the CPU key. That's the thing. Yeah, so I'll have to look into that as well, as far as should we stick with the MFG CPUA that doesn't care about the CPU key, or should we use a retail one that does? So the online update could grab the CPU key and then place it into the CBA to have it specific to the console. That's what I'm thinking, because clearly CBB must get encrypted on the console because the key is unique to each console. The server wouldn't know, in theory, or if it does, we would be able to re-implement that. So in theory, we could re-implement that. Or maybe it would do it automatically. Hypervisor doesn't oversee the online update. Apparently not, or at least the online update is not not checked. Wouldn't the GPU need to be an RTX class or a new AMD GPU? I mean, in theory, any GPU that can support OpenCL would help. Certain GPUs are going to be a lot slower than others, but anything that can run OpenCL or CUDA or anything like that would be fine. It would contribute. If it's Apple-based, calculations will be done off-site and each Apple device gets a unique update. Interesting. Well, yeah, I mean, we could probably implement that too. Hey Matt, when you have a minute peep this. Oh, what's this? Oh no. Alright. Mild side tangent. I do want to watch this. In theory, Apple Silicon could work. Yeah, I mean, even like Metal Compute is a thing, right? Apple Metal Compute. So even you could even get GPU. Yeah, I think you could even get GPU calculations on an Apple on a Apple Silicon. So I think. Xbox One stuff has extra layers of encryption that go all the way to the key stored in the PSP chip from my research. Damn. Yeah, I don't know about the Xbox. I don't know what if we'll get anything for the Xbox One anytime soon. But yeah, this is my idea for the 360. An astonishing amount of people never went beyond the GTX series, and it doesn't help the GTX cards are still made, so I wonder how much those would contribute. I mean, it would all help, I think. Like, because if we're doing distributed, then, like, I think anything would help, really. So, this is someone booting Windows NT 4 natively on a Nintendo Wii and playing 3D pinball, apparently. It's crazy shit. Motherfuckers said it wasn't possible. Really need to get this guy a Power Mac. Really need it. Yeah, me too. I got a Power Mac G4 that would love to run it. Actually, even an iMac G3 would be sick running NT4 on it. Xbox One will not be cracked in our lifetime. Possibly, yeah, I could believe it. I don't know enough about it, but I could believe, like, everything I've heard is, yeah, pretty much. What a crazy world we live in. NT4 on the Wii. Can you actually download this? Can we actually try this? Oh, we wouldn't do it today because I wanna get started on the 360 stuff. But can we actually do this yet, or is this still a private repo? Not yet. Okay, that's fair enough. I get that, you know, like, stuff is still in development. Born too late to explore the world, born too early to see the Xbox One crack. What a disaster. A release is planned. Good. Excellent. OS 9 on the Wii would be genuinely half-life here. That would be interesting for sure. Why would you crack an Xbox One? Well, that is part of the issue, is that there's not a lot of not a ton of demand. I mean, they did have like dev mode and shit, which I know that reduces a lot of the motivation. So, but also it wasn't that big of a, well, you know, I wouldn't say anything. One, because demos is too wide. Yeah, you got it. One of the worst performance NT4 machines ever. It probably is, though it's roughly equivalent to like is it a 733 megahertz G3 or something like that? Wii hardware, which is not bad for like an old Mac. Let's see, what was it? It's yeah, 729 megahertz, and I believe it's basically a G3. It's a PowerPC 750. So yeah. Surely, if we just rent a quantum computer's community, we'll have it done in a couple seconds. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how much quantum computing, what would you call it, like, impacts the current system of keys and hashes. But yeah, exciting stuff. It's amazing, like, just the fact that there are graphics at all is kind of crazy, because I feel like that would have been the hardest part. It's always the hardest part of any like emulator, is to get the console's graphics down. But I guess a lot of this would be CPU rendered. Like back then, it's not like it's not like the GUI was using any DirectX at this point in time. Hopefully the USB to SCSI converter works for most cases if you can even find one. I wonder. I don't know how that would work. It's not emulation. I know it's not emulation. I didn't mean this was emulation. I meant like graphics are hard in anything and that is always the hardest part of an emulator. But like just re-implementing the graphics. Don't think NT even supported DirectX at that point. I think it did, but not like, I think it was like DirectX 4. And Lego Island supports like it requires DirectX 5, so I think you can't even run Lego Island on NT4. Okay, well, not bad, not bad. If I was signed in here, I'd give this a like. Maybe I will do it on my my local system. Some people do get OS 9 running on the Wii by using a Mac on Linux, a program that lets you virtualize OS 9 or 10 natively on PowerPC Linux machines. Ah, gotcha. But that's like that's a virtual machine. You could have done this with a virtual machine as well. This is, in theory, totally native, which is kind of exciting. Okay, so anyway, I guess we're gonna see if we can get this shit working. So that's what I was saying. It'd be helpful in getting actual OS 9 to run. Yeah, okay, gotcha. The Xbox 360 key took Matt KC 2 years to crack on the most expensive graphics card at the time. Nowadays, the quantum computer in your pocket could pull it off in nanoseconds. Well, you know, it do be like that sometimes. But I want it now! Actually, wait, Matt, stop. This will put the 360 mod commissioners out of a job. Oh, no. Ah, shit. That's me! I'm screwing myself over. I just started selling Xbox 360 glitch chips on Matt KC's store. Quick, everyone buy them all before I release this. Oh god. OS 9 would be such a fuck to debug though, like half the OS is emulated 16. That's true. OS 9, like Mac OS at that point in time was seemed like such a mess. What GPU do you have? Type in !specs, because I don't remember. It's not great for brute forcing and compared to like an RTX would be. Oh, that's true. I should have a link. Do I have store? No, I should add, okay, adcom store. There we go. Now you can type in !store. I'll add it for shop as well. Why not? Isn't that just it? Plan a heist on a quantum computer, get liquid nitrogen to cool it all. Yeah, why not? That link should be right. I typed it in by hand. I think it's right. Yeah, it is. All right. Anyway. No, there's no OnlyFans. All right. Stop looking for my OnlyFans. I'm already on WikiFeed apparently. Well, actually, I don't know if I am on WikiFeed. A viewer submitted me to WikiFeed, but maybe they declined because they was just like, oh, fuck this guy, or don't fuck this guy. Actually. AMD is not good for this. They do not care for filling many of the niches NVIDIA does. Yeah, honestly, if we really started this up, actually I do have an NVIDIA card, but if we really started this up, I mean, hell, I might invest in an RTX card just to put my money where my mouth is. Yo, Fear Zombie, thank you so much for the 2 months. Sup. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the tier 1. He's so considerate. Oh, hey. You're welcome. Though I actually don't know if I ship to... I don't know if I have international shipping enabled yet. It might still only be set to US only. AMD's advanced stuff is Linux only, Rock M and whatever. I've heard of Rock M, but I've never like used it for anything. Very funky to try this on a 360 running Linux. We have joked before that like if we actually get this brute forcing thing happening, it would be really funny to see that happen on a to do the brute forcing on a PS3. Now, a PS3 is not powerful hardware today. It was like supercomputer tier in 2006, but so it would be, you know, the energy to performance ratio would be a lot lower than any modern computer. But it would be hilarious. Anyway, so let's start writing some code, I suppose. See if the DoD will say their old cluster for cheap. PS3 cluster, my god. I mean, it would still be like energy. I mean, PS3s are not super expensive, but still, like the amount of electricity, the amount of performance you'd get for the amount of electricity you'd spend on it would still be a lot worse than any modern computer, I think. The new ODE for the game you call the Flippy Drive. I think I have. Yeah, this is the one that that lets you still keep your existing drive. I've seen this on Twitter. $38 is a good price. Honestly, maybe I should pre-order one. Hang on. All right. Why not? Why not? Get all my PS3s. Yo, what if the cockroach PS3 was here fucking sifting through 360 SHA-1s? That would be hilarious. Anyway, so just to get started, all I want to do is re-implement this in C and see if it works. Now, I think people have done this before. I'm not sure how accurate the implementations are, but we could try using some off-the-shelf stuff first. Credit card number reveal. No, there's not a, you can't put in card details. It's more just like a waiting list at the moment. Get a Celeron and use integrated graphics just to hit headlines. I'm not trying to be here for the next decade, though. All right. Uses commodity RP2040 ESP32 parts, making a shortage unlikely, which means they're cursing another global pandemic that will cause these shortages. No! That's an interesting thing. What was the power on the two for what we're looking at? You mean the RTX 4090s? I don't know, like, it depends what metric. It's the two Huskies versus 1,000 Chihuahuas conundrum. Yeah, for like CPU versus GPU. GPU is always better for like, well, for this kind of brute forcing stuff. If you can run it on the GPU, it's better to run it on the GPU. How do domains doing? Good, I think. You tell me. Go type in !mail in the chat. It's mail as in like email, not mail as in man, and you can sign up some emails at my domains, assuming you're a sub or a patron. With the algorithm for the SHA-1 crack, we have to calc 2 to the x hashes. In an ideal world, it's 2 to the 61.2. I calculated here 2 to the 61 because the calculator I was using didn't let me type in 0.2, but I figured it would be close enough, you know. Imagine walking into Matt's apartment, seeing three PS3s stacked with fans at full speed. Oh, they're cracking. Ladies, what do you think? All right. If there's any featured male of the week, we can get a female. True. It's about time. Always try to use a GPU because that saves room to do other stuff while it's running and won't make your PC run like a potato. Yeah, true. I mean, you can saturate a GPU, but yeah, it's like a lot of anything that's very like concurrent, definitely better on the GPU. Matt, I have a question. What fucking witchcraft did Microsoft use when making the 360 emulator? Do you mean the 360 emulator on like the Xbox One, or do you mean the OG Xbox emulator on the 360? All right, so. All right, let's see if we can pull this off. Do you ever check support at mattkc.com? I believe I do. Yeah, it's in my Thunderbird, which is my mail client. So yeah, you should. It should show up. I did my calculations wrong. It says it will take 26,687,99779 years on my 3070. Interesting. I'm using Hashcat benchmarks. I used a Hashcat benchmark to determine this number. Divided by, this was my calculation. So this many hashes divided by this many per second, divided by 60 to get from seconds to minutes, divided by 60 to get from minutes to hours, divided by 24 to get from hours to days, and divided by 365 to get from days to years. Should come out to that. Just fucked up the calcs. That makes sense. It is complicated. There's a lot of numbers. Anyway, so yeah, that's what we're gonna get started on today. And I don't know if I'll be able to finish this today because this is uncharted territory as far as I'm concerned. But as soon as we can get a meaningful implementation in C, I think should be all good to port it to OpenCL. I think someone brought Hashcat to my attention last time, and I think I will use it. Even though Hashcat does not have the 360s variant of SHA-1 built in, it does give us a lot of advantages, like it has a lot of features. It has benchmarking features that we can use to see like what cards are good and what cards are not. It's got distribution. There's like a Hashcat server thing that we can use to distribute. I don't have to write that myself, etc., etc., etc. 5.6347. That's pretty good. I mean, not if like cracking a SHA-1 in five and a half years is not wonderful, but like for assuming we'll all be pitching in a little bit. Not bad, not bad. Anyone find it weird that I got a Sega Saturn for Christmas? I don't find that weird at all. I think that's based. So this already has a SHA-1 implementation, or a bunch of SHA-1 implementations in it, but yeah, we need to write our own, like, we're gonna need to fork it, I think, to provide our own custom Xbox 360 SHA-1. But after that, it should be okay. Should be okay. Gonna fork it? Yeah, I think so. I mean, maybe I'll submit a pull request and see if they want to add it to the to the main line. But in the absence of that, yeah, it'll be a fork. Gonna always need that. All right. So if argc, I think we only need. Yeah, we only need a path to CBA, I think. Boilerplate code that everyone has to write. Alright, this is where the stream becomes boring, by the way. You can all turn off now. Because I'm just going to be writing code now. You know, just, it's just going to be all chill from now on. Talk us through what you're doing. I will. I mean, this is just the boilerplate stuff. So, this is the encryption. I don't think we need this because I think we'll be working with unencrypted stuff. I believe all you need to worry about is the SHA and the signature. Because the SHA that's in the digital signature is not an exact SHA of the whole thing. It's a SHA plus the signature, I think. It's like salted somehow. Again, I'm no cryptographic expert, but we're gonna figure this stuff out, okay? Time for the point betting prediction of will it work first try. God damn. Somehow I feel like it's probably not. Oh no, in fact I feel relatively confident that it's not. Every time Matt types a semicolon, we drink. That'll make it fun. True. Alright, so SRAM, I believe, is the... Alright, so actually, we'll just load it into memory first. Equals fopen. 1 read in binary. I could hard code the size because we know CBA is always going to be the same size. Real quick. I need to mount something. I still haven't worked this out yet. How to do this? Like, I know what I want to do, but I haven't figured out how to actually make it do what I want yet. I need to mount something. Oh god. Oh lord. Point. I think that's what the new IP is. All right. Cool. All right. So I have some files now. Files available. 360. All right. So we've got. I've got my two CBAs here. I've got a decrypted CBA and an encrypted CBA, just in case we do need to like figure out the encryption stuff as well. I don't think we will, because that's like just ordinary RC4, I think. You can see that the first 10 bytes are unencrypted. They're the same every time, or the same between the two. But I believe everything after that is encrypted, including the end bytes, which oh no, they're not zeroed out on this one. Interesting. But on other CBAs they are zeroed out. That's where I want to put the. You could also use this probably for like the location to spam bytes into. All right, so let's get started. I'm gonna start with a decrypted one, and it's always. Oh, I guess we could just read the header. Why not? Because the header tells us what the size is. 1AF0. Yeah, all right, easy. So we'll read the first 16 bytes. I think this header is documented somewhere. I think it's documented here. Yeah, here we go. So I'm just gonna grab this. Could just copy it, yeah. Hope no one will mind. Though I'm gonna have to make type defs for these, because these don't exist yet. I think this is the order of type defs. I'll make it int to make it easier to. Or I could use student. That would actually make some sense. Alright, so. Where am I getting this code? This code has been, which is primarily what I'm working from. This has been reverse engineered from the Xbox 360 specifically. So this is actually my 1BL that I dumped from my Xbox 360. And I loaded it into here, and with some help from here, which is someone else's reverse engineering of 1BL, I've like copied some of the stuff from there into here. So it does rely a little bit on trusting this, on trusting that this guy knows what he's talking about. But as far as I can tell, he does know what he's talking about. It's backwards. I can imagine it is backwards because I probably the binary from the hex editor. This is my CBA. I got this from my NAND firmware dump. All right, so I'll make a new folder in source. I'll call it X360. Should I be bold enough to call it X360 at home? I guess I will. X360 athome. Alright, so I'll call this main. I could imagine this is backwards. I always get this wrong. It's always, for some reason, it's always not the way not the order I expect it to be in. Okay. Sig. Is that in here as well, or is it? This is pseudocode, this one. I know that other people have documented this stuff. In fact, I think other people have implemented these, and we might try some of those as well. X360, atome? True, alright, so here we go. So this is what we want. I'm just gonna copy these for now, just to make it easier. I should probably write a exclamation point what to update, like, because I explained for the first hour or so, I was explaining what we're trying to do, why, and how I think it's going to be possible. But now new people are going to come in who haven't seen any of that, who are just like, what? What the hell are you doing? So, All right, if you type in !what, it should tell you what we're doing. It doesn't tell you why or how I think it's possible, but you can go back in the VOD to see that. Okay. What? No, that's not how it's pronounced. All right, so we're gonna read BL header equals malloc 16. Oh, it's actually 16 bytes. And then at some point I'll have to free that. I don't know when, but I'll just do it here for now. Actually, it shouldn't be. No, it's. I guess yeah. That's all I need right now. But I may as well read the whole thing actually. So I'll go size of BL header, and then we'll read. What's the syntax of this again? I think it's size of BL header 1, and then the file, which is f. What? How? Why? Still picks it up as what? What? What is this Linux distro and why? It would be funny to keep the bit going, but no, a couple streams, actually a couple weeks ago, I think, we went through the process of skinning this to look just like Windows 7, which is kind of, it's a funny bit. I think part of me is, I'm probably gonna change it back at some point, but it is a funny bit for the time being. All right, so, oh, we can't F close just yet. So, I thought it was Windows 7. That is the idea. The idea is to catfish people into thinking it's Windows 7. So I'm just gonna, real quick, let's just make sure we're actually getting the right stuff. So I'll say BL header dot size. And if everything's working, we should get, the size should be 1AF0. Oh, fuck! I just remembered that this is all big endian, and we're running on a little endian CPU. So, how do we do C byte swapping? Big endian to little endian. What's the way to do that in C? Do I have to write something myself? I might have to write something myself. Oh wait, byte swap? Get an optimized version of machine-dependent byte swapping functions, then you can use the following functions. Byteswap.h. Is this really standard? And if so, is there something I can use in it that's like, just give me a big endian value all the time, or give me or just give me whatever native value this is, assuming it's a big endian value. A lot of places seem to be suggesting I should just write my own. Which I guess I could. I'm not being racist again, okay? It wasn't my decision to call this the concept Endianness, alright? Alright, fine. I'll write my own. I'll call it to native. Endianity. I've never heard that before. It's not bad. D-word to native. D-word. DW. DW! Alright, now I'm just gonna copy someone else's code. Just gonna download some shit from Stack Overflow, alright? Did that actually work? Oh, I guess so. I guess that does work. Alright, well. Can I get... Is there a C macro for Indianness? I'm not Indianist, okay? Alright, so... Like all good copy code, that'll be the only part of the whole code that has comments. Yeah, sounds about right. I'll call it val to fit in. I just want to know what like the host order is. I guess I have to write my own thing again. Is big endian C99 compound literals? You know what? I don't care. Are we really going to be running this on any big endian computers? Well, if we are, I'll figure it out then. Actually, most people are going to be running this on the GPU, so who cares? Alright, anyway, whatever. Okay. I guess I should make a CMake project for this, but I don't know if I care enough to. Because it's just going to be... This is just for testing anyway, so... Who cares? Alright, so here's what we're going to do. Slash x360 athome. cc main.c xt and x360. Alright, what do we do wrong? I need to get stdlib. Alright. xecryptsig. Do I have to put this here? How does C struct work again? It's been so long. No, that it should be right. Oh, I have to put it before. My bad. Just playing silly buggers, really. My Power Mac is very sad. You know, how many years do you think the Power Mac would take to to do this? If an RTX 4090 takes a year and a half. It's a pointer to a pointer. Oh yeah, it is. My bad. Alright. And we'll give it the path to my CBA. That's right. Alright. 1AF0. Correct. Correct. You lost r/g4 cube. Oh, did I? That's the thing. I have two... I might have been, I probably got a notification about that, but I haven't logged into my main Reddit account for the longest time, so I probably just never saw it. That sucks. Oh well, whatever. Got for you. Hey, thanks, I appreciate that. I don't know if I didn't really do anything with it, so feel free to like do your own stuff with it. Five gigs of video memory. True. Alright, so this is working. We're getting 1AF0, and that's the size of the whole file. So what we're going to want to do is now we're going to want to let's say, actually I might put this below, like, don't know what the shortcut for that is yet. Okay, so I guess I'll just make it a byte. Data equals, oh, no, not new, we're not in C++ land anymore. Header size minus 16. I'll free that as well, just to make sure I don't forget. Actually, I might call this BL data, alright? And we will just read into that. Actually, I guess I should, do we have size T in this? Size equals. Decided to watch the stream instead of playing War Thunder is a good decision. Hey, I'm glad, I appreciate that. Hopefully we get somewhere, we'll see. 1F. And then freed, I think, yeah, I'll add these to the, add some checks just to be sure. Failed to open %s 1. Actually, while we're here, file name, what's that? That should work. Okay, so, failed to read BL header. Return 1. I guess in theory I should be jumping to like, should be making go-tos down here to free the shit. Free header. Damn it, I'm writing software. It's now officially software because I'm having to do like I'm doing error handling and stuff like that. Probably didn't actually need to bother with doing any of this because it's really just for testing and I'll probably be porting this to OpenCL as soon as I can, but you know, I guess I may as well. Just a perfectionist, I suppose. It's fine. Go to free header. Header. Data. That way we just ensure everything actually does get freed. Close file. Do we need to do that anywhere? No, we don't. Okay. Die. To die. Gonna have to start declaring a lot of this stuff earlier as well. You should stream with actual 7 sometime. I actually could, because like the GPU I'm using for this VM, it works in Windows 7 natively. So I could, I don't think I have it set up right now, but in theory I could reboot into Windows 7 right now. Actually, I think I could. I think I do have one set up. Yeah, because we used one before to make sure that the theme was accurate. So in theory I could, if I really wanted to, reboot into Windows 7 RN. And we could just carry on. We wouldn't have to do anything differently. Free data. All right, so here we are. Yeah. Okay, so bootloader stuff. I was just looking at this, making a general purpose utility for managing it. Hey, welcome to the stream. I think I found one of your libraries. You did some like encryption, or you did some crypt stuff before. I might try that out later on. And you have a link to the VOD for the Windows 7 theming stream. It's somewhere back there if you go through like my Twitch VODs. Okay, so I think that should work. Let's double check. Yeah, alright, we're good. I think it's about ready. It's about time to start on the stuff. And close all this. Don't care about any of that. Xscript. Yeah, I think I came across that in my research. Are you gonna upload your VODs to YouTube? I generally do. If you go to YouTube and look up Matt KC VODs. I've been slacking for a little bit. The last month I haven't uploaded since November. But in general, I do post up until this date. It's a pretty comprehensive library of my stream VODs. It goes all the way back to some stuff I did in 2017, some VODs I still had on my hard drive. Alright, so in theory, what we want to do is we want to call... This is... Yeah, okay, so this is the header. BL header. 16. I guess I'll just make it a little bit more readable. And then this is interesting. We start the data at an offset. So it's 140, I guess it's 130 because we're skipping the header. Actually, no, wait. This is 140. So it's actually plus the size of BL header. Research and run tabs. Yep, yes indeed. It's been a very useful resource. So that should work. Why was C named C? Because it was based on B! That's what I'm saying. And it should be BL data size, yeah. Because A and B were for floppy drives. That's a good point. Hash is... It's always 20 bytes. SHA 20. I see. Why C was named C. Oh my lord. I might just make it define here. Just say like SHA-1 length 20. I know macros are kind of cringe, but whatever. D, because it coincidentally sounded like disk. There is a language called D, isn't there? And then I'd want to run this. I believe this is more or less, and at least in this version of 1BL, I believe it's more or less a bool. It only returns 1 or 0. Is it definitely a well, anyway. A language called F, if I remember correctly. Wasn't it like... was there an F sharp? Am I imagining that? There is an F sharp. Interesting. Oh, so there's an F. So F is a language, and I guess F sharp is... Is this just F with like support for .NET? There's a J sharp? Oh my lord. Whatever. Who cares? The fuck is F? The fourth sequel to C? I don't know. I've never used it. I never looked at it. I never even looked at any F code. But I just know. Remember seeing it on like a computing magazine a long time ago. A C major. That'd be kind of funny. Okay. So this is plus 40, interestingly enough. Oh, the signature is at plus 40. Yeah, so sig equals so it's actually gonna be like plus 30. Sharp is real, the game I've contributed to use it a couple times, I think. What's the like benefit? Yo! That's a loud one. Let's apologize to anyone's ears. Hey, that Colin guy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Ow. That was noisy. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. I hate you, Matt. Arguably, I probably should build something in to be like... so that it like right now, the reason why that happens is if there's 5 gifted subs, it actually layers 5 of the sounds on top of each other. Maybe I should write something in that just like, you know, doesn't do that. Still kind of incredulous to the idea that the SHA-1 hash can be realistically brute forced even with a crowdsourced GPU mined effort. The math doesn't add up even with all existing weaknesses. As far as I can tell, and again I have to read a little bit further, but we talked about this a little earlier in the stream. According to the Shambles white paper, they got they reckon a collision could be found in as few as 2 to the power of 61.2 hashes calculated, which is this many. Current RTX 4090 benchmarks reckon that an RTX 4090 can calculate roughly 50.894 billion shards per second. Divided into numbers, that would mean roughly an RTX 4090 should, theoretically, assuming we can get this probability, assuming we can get the number of required attempts this low, that you could calculate a collision on one RTX 4090 in about a year and a half. Again, I'll have to keep reading the paper and make sure we can actually get our probability this low. But that is at least what the paper reckons, and I'm sure that in some ways that's an ideal scenario, and it'll probably take longer in practice. But that's what I'm betting on, hopefully. Imagine you found a bug after you had to start over. Hopefully not. I mean, to be fair, like the kind of stuff we have to, well, yeah, I'll make sure this is really heavily vetted before we start actually brute forcing anything. But in theory, I think it's relatively simple or relatively straightforward. It's like it's complex, but it's like it's not. It's achievable, I think. Does NVIDIA still do that LHR thing, or is it not applicable here? I actually do not know what that means. Don't think I've heard of that. Oh, light hash rate. Designed to foil Ethereum miners and get more GeForce graphics cards in the hands of gamers. I don't know. We'll have to look into that. If you're absolutely sure on this math, I can get two 4090s to contribute to the cause, make absolutely sure the CBB we're trying to brute force has all the fuse checks and next step hash checks skipped. Yeah, well, again, we will make sure. I haven't, that's not what we're doing today. We're just trying to re-implement, trying to do a re-implementation of this to make sure we've got the right thing. I think something's arrived at my door. We're just trying to make sure that we can actually calculate the SHA accurately first. But I will be spending time trying to make sure I'll be reading the paper, the white paper, and I'll be reading about SHA-1. I will be trying to make as certain as I can that we can get a probability as low as this, hopefully, or at least close. More nuns? Or I don't think so. I think it's just a thing. Hang on, I'll go check. Hello. Yes, it was indeed a delivery. I'm not bringing it over here because there's a high probability I will show my address, but yeah, it's just a specialty bolt for a planned optimization to my setup. We'll see if that ends up working, because it was something that I couldn't try like in a store. It's something I could only get delivered, so we'll try it at some point. The parcel I got in the last stream, that was a second-hand OSSC, which I have set up now, kind of. Where is it? It's somewhere around here. And it's really cool. It works. And I plugged in my Genesis and 32X and Sega CD with RGB SCART cables, and it looks really good. It's really close to like emulator. It looks like emulation. That's how clean it is. But yeah, so that was the last package I got. This is just some fucking metal shit. It's a lot less exciting. All right, so let's see. hash, which is SHA here. That's what I've called it. R2 plus 5568. I believe that is... So the way these addresses work, R2 is like the starting address of this, of 1BL. So... Sounds metal af. True! So if we just go to 5568, we'll see it's the salt. Don't sue me, Microsoft. It's probably... I don't... I doubt it's even worthwhile, like, bothering to not do this. You know what I mean? Like, bothering to hide it. Like, does anyone really care? Well, I get DMCA'd. I guess you guys. I guess you guys can. We'll see. We'll see if I get DMCA'd. All right, this is the RSA pub. This will be a bit of a pain to copy this in. How much iron do you need to eat to have metal shit? Well, I guess there's always probably a bit of metal in shit, right? Like, there's just metal in our bodies, you know, just like iron, or... is calcium a metal, or is that not true? Is calcium a metal? Yes, it is. Crazy. So we're full of metal, apparently. Crazy. Well, anyway. I found Xbox 360 SDK code on some guy's GitHub who now works for Microsoft. I don't think they care a single bit anymore. Good. That's good news for me. Iron is disgusting. I'm not supposed. I don't think you're supposed to just eat it. Well, I guess some people probably do, just to get their like nutrients in. I've only ever seen like iron packed in with other foods, like bread with extra iron in it or something like that. You didn't know calcium is a metal? I was pretty sure. I said, is calcium a metal? And then I looked it up to make sure I wasn't spreading misinformation. So I already had a feeling. I knew I'd heard that somewhere. My lady has to take iron, darn anemia. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, iron tablets. I forgot that those were a thing. When I think of like eating iron, I think of someone just like grabbing a block of metal and just like taking a bite out of it. Alright, well I guess we'll have to fucking throw this into C now. If I wanted to be really lazy, I could just add it as like a byte sequence, but it probably makes more sense to put it into C. I keep opening that for no reason. I'm gonna steal this from, because I know people have done this already before. Yeah. There's iron and blood. Yeah, that's true. I'm not trying to do anything else with this, so I'm just going to pack this into... Yeah, I've looked at some of this stuff before, but I haven't... I always thought that I would hold off on doing the actual implementation until I actually was on stream, because then, I mean, it's a little bit more fun. You love spreading misinformation. I do not partake in spreading misinformation on the internet. I've never done that. As a matter of fact, actually, I'm just gonna shift these into here because fuck it, I don't need this. Okay. In fact, I think I even actually had this documented in my Ghidra repository, but whatever. Could have probably done that a little faster, but who cares?
You did not just today about JS Cheer 100.
I didn't. I in fact even said at the end that I will defer to people who are more knowledgeable, but I am still 99% sure that I have run into exactly the circumstance I talked about. I just don't have the evidence on hand to prove it. Hell, I mean, I'd be even willing to accept that it was a bug in the particular browser I was using at the time. So, I would even be willing to accept that it's not the case anymore. But I know it was the case at one point. I absolutely know it was the case at one point.
You just don't know why? Not the how Cheer 100.
I don't know what that means. If your point is that they were async functions, I can assure you they were not, because I wrote the functions. I wrote my own code. That can happen with certain functions that only accept callbacks. I swear to God, this was code that I wrote. But we're not getting into this debate again because I can't. There's no way for me to win because I can't prove it. I have nothing to demonstrate this. So there's no way. There's no way for me to argue for or against anything. I have no ability to partake in this argument. You maybe think you did. I'm not having this argument, okay? We're not talking about this. Okay, so... Oh yeah, I was still trying to do this shit. Should be BL data size instead of size of? Probably. Yes, you're correct. Because originally I had size of for, like size of BL... Oh, it's because I copied it from here. Size of BL header, and I didn't remove it. Is there anywhere else I did that? I don't think so. Okay. So... Now I just need to... Are you writing a crypto miner? Sure. We can call it that. One of the things I love about this is that this is still here. Can you actually do that in C? I don't know, you could do this in C. Wait, no, you can't. This is not C. This is like pseudocode, that's why. So I'm going to set it up here. $CQW equals 32. Let's write like free V-Bucks Fortnite free download.exe. Oh dear. That's actually just X360. Yo, true. We Trojan horse a 360 cracker into something else. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yo, Tio Janu or Tio Hanu, thank you so much for the raid. 51 people. Hey, welcome in. We're fucking around with the Xbox 360. Hey, I hope your raid was good. In fact, I might just copy this shit. I mean, who cares, you know. I don't even know if this is legit. This is probably not even legitimate C code, to be honest. Let's see. We'll see if it compiles. The BL data buffer will include the 4 keywords for args and padding and the key as well. Yeah. Well, we're reading CBA here, specifically. It depends on which key you mean, though. Make it run in JavaScript, then put it on your website, and more likely it wasn't. I guess it could, but like, there's no real advantage to doing it that way. It should be in GPU land. That's really the only way we're going to make this work. Put it in Olive. No, we're not putting it in Olive. Is there actually a way to instantiate arrays in C like this, or is that not permitted? The key that gets HMAC'd with the 1BL key to get the actual RC4 key. Ah, I see, that key. I don't think we need to do that because the CBA I'm doing this with has already been decrypted. I have both. I have an encrypted and a decrypted one. And I think we can get away with just doing the decrypted one just to try and figure out the SHA hash. In C, you just can't set them up after the fact. So, hang on, so if I declared this like here, could I be like, I don't exactly know how this works. Is this permissible in C? I've seen this in other languages. No, I don't know if that's permissible in C. No need to decrypt it, but the key is still in the header and needs to be accounted for. Is it? Is it used in... Because I'm only really focusing on... I mean, you might be right. I'm only really focusing on like these bits because I'm assuming that like everything will be... Oh, is it because the key gets replaced? Is the key included in the SHA? I asked if you would write it to work on CPU 2 because I was willing to contribute my 64-core Dell PowerEdge, and you said yes. Yeah, well, what I'm actually going to be doing is I'm going to be writing it as an extra algorithm for Hashcat, because that seems like the best way to do it. And Hashcat will run on just about anything. It'll run on AMD GPUs, NVIDIA GPUs, Intel CPUs, and I believe it will run in software as well. Yeah, it should run on everything, I think. I don't think it needs a GPU. Okay, so where was I? Oh, would it need to be like, I don't know. I don't know how to set this up cleanly without just doing every element. The header itself, 16 bytes for metadata, 20 bytes for padding, yeah, and 16 bytes of key, 100 bytes of SIG. The metadata is the only thing that's hashed, as well as the data, but you're loading up the padding and key into your dynamic malloc buffer. Yeah, I don't think Twitch handles new lines. Sure, but like if I'm... Oh, right. Well, this definitely needs to be... Yeah, I might have written this incorrectly. It's just that, isn't it? It's, because, because I'm reading the... Okay, so I'm reading the whole header size, which is... Okay, so this reads 140 bytes. Yeah, my bad. And then this is... So this is actually going to be like minus 140. And that would be after the header then. I think. Hang on. Yeah, I might have confused myself a little bit with this stuff. Because the header is 140. It should be, yeah. Yeah, I might have gotten some of the sizes confused. It's, yeah, it's size and then 1. So this is 140. And then this will read, I guess I'll keep that. And this will read the size, which is 1AF0 minus 140. Oh, but wait. So, where did this go? I stopped using it. That's embarrassing. We also need to convert it from big endian to little endian. And then... Call it big. Big D word to native. The reason I'm calling it native is because, like, let's say if we were running it on a big endian CPU, then we could just like make this return val instead of like, we could just make it a no-op, but hopefully. And then so then we read that, and then yeah. Macros of big endian translation. Yeah, I guess you could do that as well. This is just some shit I stole from Stack Overflow. Yeah, that should be right, I think. We got one. Why are you using Windows 7 for this? It would be a good question. That is, I would concur with that question if it was really Windows 7. It was array instruct. Can I actually... Oh, so if I'm like... is this valid? This might be valid. And then like... that maybe. I lock them behind if defs running on Begettian platforms saves a branch and the compiler is smart enough to turn it into a single instruction most of the time. Yeah, you're probably right. I'll probably do that. I mean, this is like not necessarily code that people are actually going to run. This is just me kind of testing just to make sure I understand how this all works. And then at some point I'll like rewrite it for OpenCL. But yeah, I see what you mean. I think you're right that it would be proof of concept, sure. You're right, your way is probably faster. OpenCL, it's a language for computing things on GPUs, which is going to be the fastest way to brute force anything. Okay, so... And that should be all our arguments for that. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Okie dokie. So I've now to fix up all the dumb shit that I've done. Hang on, could I clear? Because it's confusing me. Other than quantum, maybe, yeah. But that's not like a thing that mere mortals have yet. What am I missing? Oh yeah, because these functions don't exist. Compile C code into OpenCL. Maybe, but like I'll write it specifically for OpenCL at some point. Like OpenCL, the syntax is super similar. I guess it's probably designed to be, but yeah. So this is a void. I'm not necessarily implementing these just yet. I'm just in 1, in size, in 2, in 2 size, and then hash out a hash size. I guess I am using a camel case for this. Okay. Oops. Hacking into the Microsoft mainframe, we sure are. For now, I'm not actually implementing these. I just want to make sure everything else is okay, and then we'll go from there. All right. Maybe Xenia already did somewhat decompile these functions already. I know that there are some implementations of these like these two, that we can look into. We can experiment with those, try them. I don't know like how well like tested they are yet, but we can try them and see if they work. Xenia has very little Zcrypt implemented. I don't know about how Xenia works, but I assumed it would be a little lower level than that. But again, I don't know. I'd use Xscript as an implementation. It works very well from what I've tried. Yeah, I will give it a go. That's the salt, and the last one is this stuff. Just the RSA. All right, if that works. Oh yeah, okay. Well, we can just cast that. Doesn't matter. Matt, what's good? Hey, welcome to the stream. Everything is good. Nothing is not good. Let's make sure it's still actually doing something. Gentoo has binary packages now? Since when? I thought that was the whole point of Gentoo, was that it wouldn't is that I thought, yeah, I thought that was the whole reason people used it, was because it doesn't do that. There we go. Well, so 8 days ago. That's interesting. The whole world's gone upside down. Dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria. Yeah, okay. Well, here's the point where we start trying fucking the encryption stuff. Here's the only thing though. This is an SLN. So I'm gonna have to do some shit to. I'm not using Windows, despite all appearances. I'm not using Windows, so I might have to like convert this to CMake. Ironically, that might make it one of the best distros for PowerPC Linux. Having binaries, I guess it is on PowerPC, isn't it? Yeah. Exclamation point, what is good? I guess that does work, yeah. Okay. Where are we? Oh yeah. X360 Athome. Yeah, well, it will clone Xcrypt. Let's just throw everything in. Why not? It's is it C or C++? I guess it's both. I don't know if this is correct or not. Uh-oh. This is not what I wanted to happen. I don't know if there's any... I guess actually, there's a better way of doing this, which is just... Sure, why not? And then just... Yeah. There's probably even better ways of doing this, but I don't know what they are, so... Here we go. Oh yeah, I need that CMake minimum required version. I think I've got 3.28 on here, so whatever, good enough. Doesn't know Vim macros. I've been meaning to learn some Vim. I know a friend of mine has recently gotten hardcore into... Oh wait, my bad. Hardcore into NeoVim, and now I feel a little bit emasculated. Now I need to learn NeoVim as well. I'm kidding, but I genuinely do try to find ways to optimize my setup, so it seems like, you know, if it can, may as well. Would note, Xcrypt BNRSA requires Microsoft Crypto API, since all the custom SIG stuff should be fine though, since that's all re-implemented. Well, I guess we'll find out. Alright, here we go. Let's, yeah, I'm giving you a free Linux compatibility contribution. Which one's that? Why is this in icons? It's probably because I was doing fucking Windows 7 shit. No, go ahead. I don't care. Isn't like... I'm confused. Is this a Linux intro or Windows 7? Good question. Is it? Wait, is that? Oh yeah, I could be using the terminal here, couldn't I? What? What did I call it? Oh, I did call it X360 Athome. Okay, what are we running into here? Actually, what I might do... I know there's a way to do this, but I don't know how, so I'm just gonna I'll use Unix makefile so it'll only do one at a time. Is this a Windows header? I think this is a Windows header. Uh-oh. Is this a Windows exclusive library? Compatibility for GCC. Well, that sounds like something I need. If we can throw that in. Hate Windows for ruining C development by being weird. It is weird. But okay. I think this will work. This seems like it could. I guess it's like it needs to be considered a library. Hang on. And then in the CMake we need to give it like I'm on Windows. So actually, in theory, I can use MSVC. I think I have that here. Yeah, I do. In theory, I could switch to MSVC, and then it would run through Wine. I'd rather not, but it's like if I get too annoyed, then I will. Here we go. We also need this. Oh, it just includes x86 apparently. Well, I guess we need that as well. Maybe I'll just get all of these. I mean, why not? Alright, well, we've gotten kind of somewhere. Yeah, we've gotten past that one. What does it not like about this? It might not like any of these static asserts, but maybe that's just because, do I just have to say, do I just have to enable C++11? This might do it. Oops, actually it should be up here somewhere. Is static assert available in GCC? Ah. It seems like it. Yeah, it seems like it should. Or maybe I need to set like C standard as well. Yeah, I'm not sure why this is not working at the moment. Static assertion. Yeah. Seems like that should be doable. Oh, maybe it's only... Ah. Since C23. Oh, interesting. So if I make these 23... Actually, is there even a C++ 23? Okay, so now it works. And these are... more intrinsics of some kind. Oh, this is in Linux somewhere. Interesting. Huh. What's this? Inlining failed in call to... in a Linux header? You can get rid of it. I guess I could for now. I was totally down to provide a a free Linux conversion, but I suppose if we're just I guess either if it's gonna take too long or if I'm just trying to get the basic stuff going, I guess we don't need to. Only the finest, newest standards, apparently, yeah. Oh, okay. We need this, I guess. Let's see. So I go target, compile options. Is that all we need? Apparently it is. I think this might be an MSVC thing. Cross-platform definition. That's funny. Alright, well. Is this... How many times is this used? Quite a few. So essentially we'd need to like have a... I guess if I slipped it into... Why can't I find... Oh, it's up here. If I slipped it somewhere into here to be like... yeah, something like this, where I say... I mean, I could copy this whole thing, but just for now. And then I would change all of these to B swaps, I suppose. Yeah, so this would become this, and this would become this. Hopefully I don't screw anything up. Alright. We're getting through it. It's kind of happening. It's 32, and then at 80, we've got a 64. Okay. Here. I think on Linux these are not in std, they're just like global. Yeah. Alright. I don't know if that's like gonna break things though. Alright, rot sum. We actually do need this. 64. More 64s. These are 64s, and this is a 32. Oops. Okay. Did I miss one? Oh, I did. Up here, I missed them. I'm not a maths head, so I wish I knew what rotsum was doing. As far as I can tell, it's just kind of like obfuscating the SHA-1. It doesn't seem to actually like add to the... It doesn't seem to make collisions any less likely or anything like that. But again, yeah, I'm no crypto expert either. Alright, now what? Should be. Yeah, it is. So is it, do I just need to include algorithm? Yeah, kind of. Alright. It's just doing some stuff. Pretty much. This is the kind of crypto I can get behind. That's what I'm saying. Do we have an fopens? We should, as of C11. but we need to include stdio, I think. Is that correct? No, it's still not happy with that. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's not safer. It was invented by Microsoft to make code non-portable. maybe. I think memcopy is in string.h. Yeah. 454. I think these would just be in. Alright, where are we failing now? Is this... Does this exist at all on, Apparently these are here since C11, and like... they're defined in stdio, but they're not actually here for some reason. I mean... Think it'll break shit if I just make it a regular sprintf? This is b swap 32. I could have run like a sed on some of these. That probably would have been quicker. But we're getting there. Well, if it's 10 characters, which is my guess, then I think we can do snprint. I dislike Microsoft so very much. Based. Alright, well, if no one thinks it's going to be an issue, I might just make it regular fopen. Oh, except... yeah, it works a little bit differently. This is code I wrote that is not correct code? What is not correct code? The snprint that I did? Thanks for fixing it for me. Did I fix it? I didn't know I did anything. Okay! Is that built then? Is that done? Are we actually done? Okay, I mean, cool, if that's it. Sure. I hope that's it. I hope I didn't fuck everything up just now. Let's check. I'm gonna open it up in GitHub Desktop and look at the diffs just to make sure everything actually makes sense. Did I skip the entire coding portion? No, we're using Xscript, which I needed to port to Linux just now. Yeah, open this. Yeah. So I added some intrinsics, some GCC conversions of the intrinsic headers. Build should really build is that's nothing. I added a CMake file. I added this, which is a Windows thingamabob. ulong to 32. UN64 to 64, that's good. ulong 32, ulong 32, UN64, 64. Memset, memcomp, that's fine. 64s, 64, 64, 64, 64, 64, 32, 64. And then that's, yeah, that seems right. I believe snprintf would provide the same functionality as sprintf insofar as like it provides the size of buffer and then format and then ... And I think snprintf is the same, which is size and then format. Yeah, so I believe that should be a drop-in replacement. 32, 32, 32, 32, 32, memset, memcompare. All right, I guess that's it. Cool. Not bad. My code is correct, but just in the context of sprintfs. Yeah. Yeah, it is surprising that they added like a buffer size without without necessarily like it's not SN print FS, it's sprint F, which makes you think it would have no size. But anyway, whatever. So, all right, cool. If I really wanted to be cheesy, in theory, like, well, no, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to make another CMake out here. We're gonna call it X360 Proto, and it's a executable. X360. That's what I've been calling it so far. We'll make this a formal CMake project just to make the linking a little bit easier. It's main.c. And then I think we would go add subdirectory for xscript, and then we can target link libraries x360 private and just link with xscript library that we made. I believe that's doable, and we don't need any of this. Let's find out. And then don't need this build folder. We'll make our own build folder here. Oops. Why is that? How is that happening? What have I done wrong here? In theory, this should be able to nest, I'm pretty sure. But, oh, source directory is probably wrong. The wrong macro to use here. I think it's current source directory is the one I want. Yeah. Okay. How long did it take for you to get this Windows theme right? We did it on stream, and it did take a few hours, but there's like instructions on the internet. It's relatively straightforward. And then, okay, cool. And then here we're gonna say target include directories 360 private. It would be /xscript/. In theory, this should be like installed to an include folder if we were doing this, making this a proper Linux library, but you know, who cares? Now I should be able to just include xscript.h, and I believe I'll have to change these to x and x. In fact, I may as well. Now that I know I can do that, I might just be like bswap 32 val. If this library is smart, if byteswap.h is smart, then this would be like all inlined as well for optimization. Alright. And then I'll, for the purposes of just keeping things clean, I will comment all this stuff out, and we'll see how it goes. Somehow I've ended up back in Sublime Text, even though I was using VS Code. Don't know how that happened. I think it's because I was using it to. Actually, no, I don't know how that happened. Okay. I think I can just cast that, honestly. How am I still in Sublime? Get out of here. I need to move that over for my fucking muscle memory. Okay. I think I can just cast it. No, make it const. that. Yep. I don't have to. All right, I think if it fails, look at this PR. What's this PR? Take big endian inputs in xscript bnq. Okay. All right, I'll take a look at that. Well, we'll see. We'll try it. Undefined reference to. Oh, there are more that I hadn't spotted, I guess. Let's take a look at those then. I'll open a folder so to make this a little easier. Yeah. Of course I trust the authors. He's me. Well, actually a lot of this is not me, but some of it is. I guess, yeah, now we can run this in CMake properly. So I can, like, build it and shit. I have to select a kit. Yeah, just regular old 64-bit GCC is all good with me. What's the build button again? F7, alright. It's been a minute for some reason, I don't know why. Yeah, it looks like I missed a few. Alright. Let's see. 98. Yeah, here we go. 32, 32, 32, 32. And script char, this one. These are all 32s. Okay. Oh, did I fuck this up somehow? Native. Do I need to include something for B swaps to work? I'm not sure. Big D word to native. Huh. This file name should be mattk.c. True. The authors were all me, except for the people I stole from, except for the that one Stack Overflow thing. Undefined reference to min. Really? What's going on there, huh? Why is it? And yeah, this is strange. Why is it? Is it because I made it inline? Like what? Well. Oh, did I? Am I? No, I'm not. Alright, well, we'll look at that more later. Reference to min. Alright. Min is a fairly normal function, but maybe it isn't. Maybe this one is in std. Alright, where is std min? Where is it? It's in. Oh, it's a C++, and this is C. Okay. Is that why? That's weird. So apparently, well, I guess we could just define it. I mean, that's unfortunate, but I guess we could. Apparently there is no min in C, and I guess maybe MSVC permits it because it links it to C++, but... Well, okay. Whatever. I wonder if it's worth doing it here or if I should do it in the xscript header. Could just do it here. It's not necessarily a bad place for it. Again, stealing more shit from GitHub, from Stack Overflow, I mean. Alright, fine. It should work. C remains my favorite language. Yeah, I like C. I'm just much more familiar with C++, so anytime there's like some unusual C stuff, I get a little bit, I can get a little bit confused. All right, so these are now min. I think so. Use it here as well. Cool. So that's it then. Now we run it. Yeah, here it is. So delete that. Oops. Oops. Okay. Fine, I'll just run it here. And we'll go. It's this one. It's here. This is the decrypted one. X360. Whoops. It's not at all what we're looking for. I don't print any results yet. Okay, so where is this? Which file is it? Oh, it is in. Yeah. The best programmers know that someone's probably implemented something better than you can, and thus borrow that implementation using their own code. Well, in some ways, yeah. I mean, the line of code that never breaks is the line of code you never had to write. So, yeah, in some ways. So I guess what we're looking for is, see, this is interesting. So it would appear if this returns 0, they'd be the same. However, this this seems to return 1 if they're the same. Like if this is 0, or maybe, I think it does seem like they kind of messed around with the, because this is not the only time I've seen this, that like different versions of 1BL will do things slightly differently. I think that's probably what's happening here. But anyway, same, different, exclamation point. Okay. I don't know how, what is open launch? Oh, I guess so. It's likely that this xdecrypt bnqwb sig difference in 1BL is actually sig difference plus sig verify combined. Oh, interesting. So in theory, if I did like verify, that would be like correct. For this to be 1, it would be the same. I could see that being the case, yeah. That makes sense. All right, anyway, let's just do it. Let's just run it. Different. Okay. Well, let's see if that see how that pull request does. I mean, I might be not setting up the data correctly. That's certainly possible. Let's see if it is that though. Guess I should Linux compat, and I'll commit this because may as well. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, let's see. It's the previously when providing return false, this swaps the input Indian to the public key into big Indian. Okay, let's give it a try. Do I have to, I'm used to, when I own a repository, it gives me like command line instructions. I think I have to do like, can I do this? Is this, I don't know if that's valid or not. Actually, rebase is probably better. Let's see, did that work? I guess we'll know if it worked because it'll not compile because it's using the Windows things again. Let's see. Yeah, okay, I think that worked. Oh boy.
Your mom lol.
True! I'm so proud of this community. Alright, swap 64. And then at 41, it's gonna be 32, 32. See if that works. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm sure your mom is proud of you too, Matt. Hey, thanks. Yeah, hopefully. Am I edging right now? Yeah, a little bit. How am I setting up the pub key? So, I won't lie. I'm hoping that this is correct, but I don't know. It's here. I'm hoping that this is how I would initialize it with this, but I'm not sure. I don't actually know. I allowed to post the public key in your Discord. I mean, probably. Do you mean the key in the 1BL? Because I have that already. I have all the keys. I should have all the keys. Oh, interesting. Oh, I wonder if, this is how I set it up. It's J. Alright, fair enough. Sure, I'll take it. Thanks for the help, by the way. I appreciate it. So I guess it would be that then. Okay. They're still different. Well, I'm not doing any like decryption yet. This is just the SHA and the sig verify. Oh no.
Wait, Nat, what are you doing? Don't compile that.
True. Good point. Alright, let's see. What are we missing here? Must be missing something. CBA, right? I'll make some code to compare with to see if we're getting matching results. CBA 13121 or whatever. Sure. Yeah, this is CBA. We can also, hang on, real quick. Print hash. I have literally every firmware and bootloader for the Retail 360 safe on my hard drive. It's a bit of a problem. Oh dear. It is gonna be, I believe it's
well,
percent.
This is the part where he cracks us.
I mean, yeah. I believe I have to also do FF. Make sure there's no junk in those upper bytes. SHA. Hash SHA. SHA1 length. Just realized I'm missing the F. So we can see what SHA we're getting as well, because why not? This SHA is what I'm getting. Well, you can tell me if you get that SHA as well. There's 69. Nice. Retail updates from my counting. Could be wrong, since I'm likely missing insider betas. Interesting. Alright, let's see, because I probably, it's a pretty good chance I'm missing something. Alright, so this should be, let's just print out some tests. Size of header. 0x%x. Size of BL header. Oops. Down here, we'll say data size is this. Is no reason this should be wrong. It's 20 bytes. And we print that hash and then get the signature from. Oh, is that correct? Is that the right? Should double check if that's actually the location of the signature. I think it is. Where it's 40 bytes plus. Oh, wait. No. That's completely wrong. That's absolutely wrong. Because it's in the header, isn't it? It's not in data. It's in. It's gonna be header plus 40. That might be why. Let's try that. All right, it's still different. Size. Just in case. Total. Still the same hash. Yeah, well the hash is yeah, the hash wouldn't affect that though, because I just changed the pointer of the signature. I didn't actually move any data around. Plus data size. Alright, well, so at least our sizes seem to be about right. And then, yeah, let's make sure our signature is correct. I'll get rid of these because I don't need them. Let's make sure the signature is right. So I'll go sig. That's the exact end goal. Type in exclamation point, what? It'll tell you. Let's see. Sure, let's just print that. Oops, I have to fix that. I have to change that keyboard shortcut. Yes, indeed, paired with another mod. One that does not exist yet. It's 20 again. That's not right. That can't be right at all. Signature hash. Yeah. Signature hash can't be nothing. Okay, so that's definitely something I've done wrong. I thought it was paired with SHA-1 cracking. No, that's phase 1. There needs to be a phase 2. Hash I got for CBA 13181 is that is the right version, right? Fuck. Mine is 13121. Yeah. Yeah, ain't no way. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's a lot of numbers. Oh yeah, no, I'm just being just Fucking playing silly buggers, aren't I? What the fuck am I doing, bro? We have to cast it to a byte pointer, then do the pointer arithmetic. I'm just being a fucking idiot. There we go. We did it, guys. We did it, boys. So, okay, let me just double check if... does it work if I jump back to the this one? Because this is like a correctly, like... Clap, indeed. What a waste of a TTS monster. No, I'm just kidding. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. This is quote-unquote a correct way to set it up. Perhaps I'm supposed to be swapping bytes and shit. Oh, yeah. So if I... Okay. So this is like with the pull request. So if I was to go with the extra code. So if I said... git log... let's see if I git reverted this. Wait. What have I done here? Oh, okay. Fine. More Linux compat. And then if I revert that one, which is technically the correct thing to do, but if I revert it then... Oh shit, it fucking... It's I fucked up my git repo. Judge conflicts, true. No, it's just me. I think it's that. I mean, arguably, if this is going to be from like, arguably, if this is, we should be doing it in terms of hardware anyway. So what we should be doing is saying native to big B word now. Actually, who cares? It's the same swap. Doesn't matter. Yeah, doesn't matter. Then arguably I should be doing like this, right? Definition. Yeah, and then everything else is 64s, so I have to make a... Will it be cracked by the end of this year? Depends how much... it depends if I'm successful in reducing our complexity. We will need to reduce a lot of complexity. And if we can get enough GPUs on it, then I don't see why not. Oh, for fuck's sake. Then how many is it? It's 32, right? It's damn it. Yeah, 32. XRSA dot modulus I equals. What's the attack vector? We can go into that in a bit. We started the stream. If you really want to know now. Whoops, my bad. The first hour or so of the stream went over that, but we can do another quick run through of what I'm planning, or what the idea is a little bit later on, or soon. Oh, whoops. Cool. Okay, good. Great, excellent, fantastic. Been watching this for 3 hours. I've been doing this for 3 hours already. Man, what's wrong with me? Okay, so, well, what we need to do now is we need to port it to OpenCL. So, that'll be fun. Don't know how you can possibly code on stream. As soon as someone looks at my screen, I become illiterate. It is more challenging. It did take a while. So it did take a while to become used to it. So yeah, but it's definitely I'm definitely better at concentrating when I'm not on stream. But then when I'm not on stream, I don't get to hang out with you guys. Update file signature checked like 8 different times. That's not gonna fly. Okay, so what I've been told. All right, so there's kind of 2 phases to this idea. Phase 1. Let's see, I'll bring back my notes again for anyone who wasn't here in the first hour of the stream. Phase 1 is that when the bootload, so basically the Xbox 360 has a chain of bootloaders, quite a few of them, and each one verifies the next one to make sure it's digitally signed and like good to go. Like Microsoft expressly approved the execution of this code on the Xbox. However, the 360 is old, and back then people were using SHA-1 hashes for their digital signatures. And SHA-1 today is considered fairly insecure. And as a matter of fact, as of 2020, a white paper came out called Shambles, which managed to get the complex. So, an attack on SHA-1 is essentially to modify a message and try to find a way to get it to produce the same SHA-1 so that nothing can tell that the message was modified. According to as of 2020. With some techniques along the way, a group of people managed to get the complexity down to 2 to the power of 61.2 attempts is when you're likely to find a collision. Now, on current day, can you look at the paper? Yeah, if you just Google Shambles, you'll find it. This is the paper, and this was 2020, so it's been a couple years since then. Yeah, this is. I mean, I've only read through about the first half of this, so I haven't yet figured out how precisely how viable this will be for us. I think it should be all right. I don't know if we'll get exactly to 61.2. That's the ideal. Hopefully, we can get to 61.2. But again, I'll have to read through more of this to see exactly how we can set it up. It's dense, but that's no one ever said it was going to be easy. So yeah, I guess if you wanna read it, I'll link it. Oops, that's not this at all. Okay, there you go. Now, according to Hashcat benchmarks, the current day RTX 4090 can generate about 50 billion SHA-1s per second. So that many divided by 50 billion seconds divided by 60 to get to minutes, 60 to get to hours, 24 to get to days, 365 to get to years is about 1.5 years. Now, if we have more GPUs on it, we can get this down faster. You know, two of them will halve this to like 3/4 of a year. Again, this is all hypothetical. This is all in theory. I haven't yet proven that this will definitely work, but this is what the science appears to, this is what the math appears to tell us today. Again, I have to read through more of this article. But anyway, or more of the white paper. So that's phase 1 of the attack. And if you do this is not a soft mod per se, because you still need a way to flash this to the NAND, and that there's the 360 hypervisor will be very, very vigilant about making sure nothing is writing to the NAND, even if you could get some unsigned code running. So you'd still need to, let's say, attach a flasher to your motherboard. You still need to open your 360, attach a flasher to the motherboard, right to the NAND. But in theory, if this works, you wouldn't have to do anything else. That's all you would have to do. And you could potentially make it a solderless way by like using pogo pins or something or like clamping somehow a flasher to the motherboard. Again, this is all like just ideas, just spitballing, and that could potentially lower the barrier to entry. Like I suggested, plan a heist on a quantum computer like any reasonable. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Can I DM you something? Yeah, go ahead. In theory, if it works, it'll also break open Winchester. Yeah, in theory, because the current no current mods work on the last revision of 360, which is called Winchester. In theory, there would be no reason this wouldn't work on Winchester. You could just rent calc power on a server farm. I certainly could, but what might be even better, our plan is that, again, assuming this all makes sense, this all works in theory, I get you guys involved. We can do 360 cracking at home. So rather than, folding proteins, we can all contribute a little bit of GPU power and we can all make it work. Again, in theory. And then, we may not have a ton of RTX 4090s, but we'll have, potentially a distributed network of people contributing. One of the first lines is kind of worrying. As a side result, this shows that it now costs less than 100k to break cryptography. Yeah, well, keep in mind, so it says 100k. However, they also say later on that that they believe that it would cost less than 10k by 2025. It's already 2024, so it's a different world now than it was when this article was written. This article is a few years old, and at least 10k, less than 10k is not no money, but it's not 100k. It's not nothing like that. They did it for 75k. That's why they're saying that. They pulled it off for 75k, but they reckon that right around now-ish, or a year from now, it would only be about 10k. They also mentioned specifically that somewhere, maybe it's in the white paper they mention it. Yeah, they also said that one of the reasons it was so expensive was specifically cryptocurrency. Like GPU prices vary significantly depending on cryptocurrency prices. So cryptocurrency is kind of low at the moment, it seems, so that might help in our favor as well. When they were doing it in 2020, it was probably GPU power was probably a lot more like in demand. But that being said, there's a lot of AI stuff happening on GPUs at the moment, so maybe it would balance it out. It would work on Winchester if MS didn't change the bootloaders in that revision. We kind of have no way of knowing if they did. My understanding is we should be able to transplant an old CBA, even if you can't downgrade the whole firmware. I think we can probably shim a CBA in there. I don't actually know about that, but I believe that might be true. Yeah, they did change the bootloaders, but CBA does fucking nothing except load CBB. Yeah, it was just to encrypt with the CPU key. That's kind of all it does, it seems. So I think we can get away with shimming in CBA, because that's where our attack is. And so essentially CBA, I have CBA here. Yes, it doesn't do much. Basically, it just decrypts, checks the SHA-1, does a compare, and if it's 0, if the hash is the same, then it jumps to it. That's basically it. This is, I believe, where RGH targets, it tries to make the return value of this 0 so that it will skip over this. There's a lot of things that we can do here. Just, we can do 1 byte changes, like where we just change this from a branch if equal to just a regular branch, or we can load 0 into this instruction instead of hex 14, because if it's 0, it'll just skip over and return 0. There's a lot of different factors. I don't know which one. Again, it's going to come down to which one makes us most likely to find a collision, and that'll require a little bit more research. But yeah, there's a lot of things. As soon as we've got this accepting as soon as we've got 1BL accepting a modified CBA, we can kind of do whatever we want. Are those calculations needed per console or just one for the exploiter mod to work? I believe we can do this just once, because CBA is not encrypted with a console key. Only CBB is encrypted with the console key. So as long as CBA is under our control, we don't have to worry about anything that happens after that. So the second phase, again, and this is something I haven't looked into. I'm not knowledgeable about this stuff, but someone who's been working on a 360 reimplementation told me that this might be possible. Apparently, some stuff like even having a zero fuse Winchester won't help, since those often don't have a bootloader, but Corona bootloader works on Winchester IRC. I hope so. What I've been told, and I can't verify this, I haven't looked into any of this myself, is that some of Microsoft's private keys for Xbox Live were leaked, and that there's a chance we might be able to sign a fake update that could install our CBA, and then it would be a real soft mod. Again, I don't know, but this was an idea I was told about, and could be useful if it's true. Either that, or actually, I don't know. Again, I'd have to look into that a lot more closely. Dev kit private keys for leaked retail stuff should be in HSM's. Allegedly, the live source leak doesn't have any MS private keys. Again, I don't know. I haven't looked into any of this, but I've been told maybe. But we'll see. I mean, even if that's not the case, I'm sure well, we'll see. We'll see if there are any other potential vectors in the future. This is a step towards a potential soft mod. We don't know what the second step is going to be, but it's a step. I like to imagine a normal person stumbling into this stream and wondering what the fuck is going on. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've already had some people like that. Some people who are just like, what are you even looking at? But, yeah. Alrighty, so... yeah, I guess so. We're going to try to port this to OpenCL. I'm trying to think, how much of this should I try to do today? Whatever happened to the Eternal Blue fuckery you were messing with a couple days ago? I haven't watched your streams in a while. That was more just like a spitballing idea. I don't actually, from what I can tell, I don't think the 360 is actually vulnerable to Eternal Blue. But there may be something. You finished writing it? Kind of. I mean, I got a lot of help from a pre-existing. Some people have already done, already re-implemented some of this stuff. So essentially, it's not very interesting looking. It's just all it does is we know that we have a piece of code that can verify, that can tell us what the 360 will think about our firmware, about our modified firmware, and then we can use that to brute force. You know, as soon as something likes our brute forced code, then we should be good to go. As soon as our modified bootloader passes this check, the one that says same, then we've got something that works. The one, what I would think about hacking, the one I would consider is the, if it's doable, is the, is this one, because it lets us get away with not having any CPU key on CBB, and you know we could write that in ourselves anyway. But like because again, I'm not sure if having fewer bytes changed is more advantageous. My guess is yes. My instinct is yes, that the fewer bytes change, the better, and we can do this in 1 byte. I know that, but that way we don't have to do anything per console. But then again, it depends on if we end up depends on the method of installation, because if we end up like, if there is a way to exploit like the actual update system, then that might end up doing the CBB encryption anyway. But we'll see. I mean, it's probably, I feel like it's probably the better move to target this one. This one CBA that leaked one time that doesn't check for CPU keys, doesn't care about CPU keys. Anyway. The software update process checks so many signatures, but yes, it does re-encryption. Okay. I mean, if we can get this quick enough, maybe we can reverse all those signatures. No, but I don't know. That's probably a bit too like, that's probably too much. It's something. Again, we'll think about it. Well, we'll see what we. I don't know what phase 2 is going to be yet. Even if there is going to be a phase 2, but theoretically, there's a phase 1. That's all I know. Cool. Yeah, so let's get phase 2. Yo, can I join FaZe Clan just so I can call myself phase 2? All right. Anyway, so what I'm gonna do is I want to use Hashcat for this because I feel like they give us a lot of stuff for free. FaZe Matt XXKC. Man, I remember when FaZe was all the rage. All the friends at school were like, yo, did you see this FaZe montage? And I was just like, nope. Alright, anyway. In fact, I might even go ahead and fork this. Because I don't know if they're gonna, like, I'm gonna have to add a new algorithm to this for their fucking RotSumShar. The Xbox 360 hash. And there's a non-zero chance that like if I submitted a PR they might accept it, but I don't necessarily want to rely on that, so I might just make a fork hash cache. Sure. Doesn't matter. FaZe Clan is so tainted with cheating, they're trying to make it back up. Yeah, I know FaZe Clan is a bit of a joke nowadays. I'm not gonna say that's unwarranted, but to build a gamer compound. Well, yeah, maybe one of these days. It was all just a phase. True. Big sad. Sad reacts. Sag is in chat for phase. Alright, how do you actually build this? Build... Well, I'm not using any of those. Hang on, build.md. Alright, let's check this out. Oh, just make. There's not a configure or a CMake or anything? Alright. Dual target is Linux compatible. What does that actually mean? I've never seen that before. Oh, yes. Fillmore High School. True. Oh, okay, it's this. Nowadays, the clan does have reputable people, just the name doesn't work anything, sadly. Yeah, that must suck to kind of have to resurrect a slightly sunk brand. Did you get the hash algorithm implemented? Kind of. I mean, I stole a library that implemented it for me, but it does work. A decomped hashcat, true. So we've got kind of a proof of concept of like loading a bootloader into and checking the signature, making sure the signature is valid, which is good. That's all we need. So now I'm just gonna go ahead and try to port this to fucking OpenCL, and we're kind of good to go. We're good to go for a for this kind of hack, which is honestly, it's a bit much. This is still too long of a hack, even if we even with an RTX 4090, this is a bit long. I'm gonna need to do some research, try and get a probability up to this. If I can, we're good to go. We can start brute forcing. Trying to find out how much a RX 7600 could hash. Didn't find much. Came out in Q3 of 2023. We'll go ahead and if you're curious, go ahead and download Hashcat, which is what we'll be using. And Hashcat has hang on, I'll open up a new terminal for this. Oops. Hashcat has a benchmarking feature. If you type in -b. Oh, whoops! I didn't actually install it. It's in. Yeah, here we go. Which will tell you how many SHA-1s it could get out of your hardware. This is a virtual machine, so so yeah, it's not gonna like this. But if you're on real hardware and you install Hashcat and go Hashcat-b, it'll tell you how many SHA-1s you can do per second. That's where we got this figure for 50 billion per second. It's Hashcat RTX 4090 SHA-1 benchmark. Hashcat on a 4090. Actually, was it this one or was it this one? I mean, that should be about the same anyway. Allegedly, SHA-1, that's 50,000 million hashes per second, which is 50 billion. I'm watching for an hour. When does the hacking start? I've kind of been doing hacking. What's this one? Just in case, are they different? SHA-1. Yeah, 50 billion. 50 billion SHA-1s per second on the 4090. Now, the 4090, of course, is the most powerful card, most powerful consumer card you can get nowadays. Most of us are not going to be spewing that many SHA-1s out. I think my card is an RX 6600, and I think that's only 10,000. But, again, with enough of us pitching in, I think we can get there. There's a non-zero chance you get the right key on the first try. There is absolutely a non-zero chance. It's very, very, very close to zero, but it is not zero. Yeah. Gonna use something like Hashtopolis for managing distributed work. Yeah, I think so. I think it feels like it makes sense to kind of just fit into the existing infrastructure, not try to like rewrite it all from scratch. Only about 10,000 here, yeah. Yeah, I think that's about what I've got. I can throw a couple GPUs at it though. I've got at least 2 cards. I think they're both about the same power, so I can probably, me as a person, I can probably get about 20,000, maybe more, because I might throw in my M1 Mac Mini, which I think, yeah, Hashcat supports Metal compute. If we go down here, I think it does at least. Yeah, Apple Metal. So, and OpenCL on Apple. So I might throw in my M1 Mac Mini as well. So I don't know I wonder what the throughput on the Mac Mini is, but I think I'll be able to do at least 20 billion a second. I say 20,000, but it's 20,000 million hashes per second. 20 billion, I think I can do 20 billion per second, maybe even a little bit more with the Mac Mini. Just ran it, I'm getting 63,000 kilo hashes. So that's 63 million hashes. Cool. Gotta get the VM pass-through ATI card on the action. Yeah, I mean, I could throw that card in as well. I don't think that's not very powerful at all though. See if the RX 570 Hashcat benchmark. 150 million. So that's not quite 50 billion, you know what I mean? how can we help? Well, soon, one hash is one combination tried, yeah. So soon, I'll have some instructions for like, basically just get Hashcat installed. Actually no, don't get Hashcat installed because you're gonna need my fork of Hashcat. So don't do anything for now. Wait until I've forked Hashcat and added support for 360 signatures. And then once that's done, we'll talk about it. We'll get some. Well, again, I have to put some more effort into making sure our probability is as high as possible. Like again, get it down from this to this. But other than that, yeah, it's I'll have some instructions in the future, in the very near future. 19,217, no, so that's 19, that's almost 20 billion, 7800 XT. Not bad at all. I'm gonna need 2 cards to get 20 billion on my end. What speed would, let's say, crack it in a month? Okay, well, so again, this is theoretical. We're talking about probability here, which is not something will happen, but there's a very good chance that something will happen. But let's take a look at our large number calculator. Okay, so in a month, so a month is 30 days times 24 hours, minutes, seconds. Okay, so this divided by this many seconds, we would need 889 billion hashes per second, I think. Is that correct? Just making sure I'm not crazy.
889,599,926,394.
Something like that. Again, until there's a good chance that we're gonna get it, that we're gonna find the duplication, or find the collision, I should say. How many 4090s is that? Let's see. This was 17. 17 running all day, all night, every second of the day, and you could get it in a month, which is not bad. I mean, a 4090 it's expensive, but it's not astronomically expensive. 1600. Let's assume that's correct. Let's round it up to 18. So you'd be spending almost 30 grand to build this farm to do this, and that's about like that kind of fits in with the what the Shambles paper says, that like this would cost about, like rented GPU power, it costs about 10k. But if you bought the GPUs yourself, then it's about 30k. But again, if you're renting power, it gets cheaper. Who needs kidneys when you have a 360 soft mod? I would donate my computing power to this project. I'm gone most of the day. Hell yeah. Well, yeah. Literally anything helps. It is gonna take it is gonna take time. Like, I never said it was gonna be easy. Just that it is theoretically, based on probability, possible. Just ask MS for the key. Yeah, honestly, can we get someone that works there to just like break in and give it to us? That'd be great. With the whole community together, easy within a week. I mean, I don't know how many we're gonna get. Like, I can make a YouTube video about this, and that's my YouTube channel has like 420,000 subs. Like, if 1% of those people join, that's 4,200 people. That's a lot of GPUs. But I don't know if it would even be that many. Like, well, it's something we'd have to like. I have no idea how many people are going to get involved. But yeah, again, theoretical, completely hypothetical. But yeah, hypothetically possible. For 6600 XTs and RX 5700 XT available to help. Hell yeah, that's a lot of that's probably a lot of There's at least 20 billion, I'd say. post on the Xbox scene Discord. Yeah, we'll as soon as we're ready, we'll share something around. Alternatively, buy 154,588 RTX 4090s to do it in 1 second. Based. Yeah, why not? Why not? Depending on the time, I could put a pair of Titan X Pascals toward it. They're good for about 5,000, about 5 billion hashes per each. That would be pretty good. Again, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I appreciate all the offers for help. I think that's going to be great. But yeah, let's make sure we actually have a. Let's make sure that the theory lines up with reality first. Let's make sure we got this down. Morning, nerds. Nuh-uh. It's afternoon here, actually. Tesla P80s pretty cheaply. How much? How? What's the performance like on those? Wait, oh, these are K80s. Is that correct? Should it be K80? I don't think you need to optimize it that much. If enough people come together, it should make a difference. It can, depending on where we are. Like, again, this is too many. Like if we run this through this is with no optimizations. This is the like brute force and do nothing else. Is you'd have a reasonable chance of getting it after about 2 to the 80 attempts. And this is too many. Like, so if we pump this into here, and we say divide by this many seconds, this many minutes, this many hours, this many days, this many years. Almost 1 million years. So that's how much this can make a difference. It all kind of hinges on our ability to get from this down to this. Because this is too many. I take it back. Yeah, again, it's these powers, 2 to the 80 and 2 to the 61. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it exponentially gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Still less years than it will take me to get a date. Damn, I feel that. Yeah, it shouldn't be. This shouldn't need to be per console. This should be fine. We should be able to make one that works on everything. I'll be there as done. Even after 750,000 years? Hell yeah. GTX 1660 does 6,000 million, that's 6 billion. 6 billion, and my laptop does almost 4 billion, so I'd be happy to. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think this would be a great little community effort. I think we could really get there, which would be sick. And it'll be thanks to your help. So we can. This is not just my achievement; it is our achievement. I'm just trying to make a communism joke. I don't mean anything. It's possible that we never find the key. Again, it's all probability. So yeah, I guess there is a non-zero chance we don't find it. There's a non-zero chance we'd have to go all the way to 2 to the power of 160. But I don't think so. Like, the probability is that we would find something after 2 to the power of 61.2. World's first actual collective achievement of the 360 scene. Impossible. Maybe. How would that work? How do we get people to try keys that haven't been tried before, especially if 40 people are working simultaneously? So, some of this will come down to, I don't exactly know how, there's like a Hashcat distributed system of doing this. I assume they've figured that out to an extent. But part of it is that we're not going to be testing things sequentially. Because as it turns out, you're much likely to get a result if you test randomly rather than sequentially. That's basically what gives us this, is that, I'm trying to explain this succinctly. The birthday, there's something in a concept in probability called the birthday paradox, which is that you can have a greater than 50% chance of, or the paradox is that you can have a greater than 50% chance of finding 2 people with the same birthday with only 23 people. It's a counterintuitive fact, because you would assume to get 2 people with the same birthday, it would need to be like, I don't know, the amount of days in a year divided by 2 or something like that. Or here, you would think that you'd need to do like half of this number for a 50% chance of being correct. But that turns out to not actually be true. It's actually half of this number, which as you can see is an exponentially smaller number. So, so essentially, I think the chances of people, so the chances of people doing the same hashes anyway are going to be kind of low because it's all random. Like the chance of 2 people doing the same combination is this. It's 2 to the power of it's 1 in this essentially. But yeah. So again, this is not necessarily a guarantee. It's a high probability that we will get a collision after this many attempts if we can optimize it to this. When do you start putting these thoughts and ideas together? When do you start cooking? I'm always thinking about something. This just happens to be what I'm thinking about right now. I just read about stuff. Like most of the time, like my evenings, if I don't have anything else on, if I'm not like hanging out with friends or talking to people on Discord, I'm usually just reading something or working on something. Is it Apple Metal that allows Premiere Pro to run on a Core i5 Mac but not a Core i5 Windows PC? Maybe. I'm not actually sure about that. What's up, Matt? Have you managed to hack into Microsoft yet? Not exactly. I mean, we've hit a proof of concept, which is I understand enough to be able to write a bootloader signature checker. Now it's just a matter of porting it to OpenCL. Ideally. I love thinking too. It gives me thoughts. Indeed. I don't want a high electricity bill. Well, yeah, that is what you're sacrificing. Why OpenCL and not CUDA? So, well, firstly, a lot of us have AMD cards and we want to be able to use those too. But when I say OpenCL, it's kind of shorthand for Hashcat language, which is supports everything. Hashcat supports like all of these, and it seems to do it by using OpenCL as a base, and then like making just little the whatever adjustments are required to like fit it to other things. That's what we need to look into. So yeah, that's so when I say OpenCL, what I really mean, that's shorthand for just saying GPU. We just need to port it to the GPU. One incentive for people is to have a prize for the computer that gets it eventually. Yeah, I've thought about that. We could gamify it a little bit, just so it's not just people doing it. There's also a little bit of like, you get some feeling of reward out of it. Is there a tutorial for this? Like, how do I add something to Hashcash? How to add algorithm to Hashcash. Suppose it is to introduce you to the development of plugins. Okay. The content in its current state includes enough details to write easy, medium, and hard plugins. Well, I don't know which one mine's going to be. Which enables you to add new hash modes more easily than in old Hashcat versions. So maybe we don't even need to fork it. Maybe we can just do it as a plugin. Look at how SHA-1 is done and then do that wacky number swagging. Yeah, we could just do it like that. I kind of want to try to do it cleanly, like when you do hashcat/h, it'll like list all the stuff it supports. Or somewhere it will. Hang on. List algorithms. I don't know how to. There's a way to do this, and I thought it would be clean to have it be another thing, but now I can't figure out how to get the list. Anyway, yeah. Oh, HH? Here we go. So these are all the algorithms it can do. And I thought it would be neat to kind of just add an extra one of these. But we could just fuck around with the existing SHA-1 and just say like, yeah, that's what it is, you know? I mined for years and never looked at its background. I don't know how it does it. Benchmark all the possible highest paid coin and hash. This did make me search a little more, and I'm learning. Yeah, I've never done any mining either. Make a copy of the existing SHA-1. Probably, but I don't know how, like... I don't know how to, like, register... I just don't know how any of the code works yet. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, somewhere in here there's a SHA-1. Maybe. Maybe not. Yeah, so I'm just trying to see what the best way to do it is. But yeah, I mean, the quick way to do it would be to just fuck around with their SHA-1, just do that. If you plan to use an NVIDIA GPU, you'll have the least unwanted side effects. I see. You can test it on both the new CUDA and old OpenCL backend. Well, I do have an NVIDIA card. I don't use it as my main card, but I do have it, so... Jesus. So how do I... Hang on. So yeah, I just want to know... How do we add a thing? How do we add a new... Must be somewhere around here. Like, there must be a file called, like, SHA something. SHA-1. And I shouldn't be using search, I should be using grep. Actually, no, not grep, I should be using find. Keep reading the plugin doc? Yeah, I probably will. SHA-1. Let's see, I'm looking at this. Where's this? I didn't see this in my... Oh, here, I guess. NCL... Incash SHA-1. Okay, so this is like... Oh, that's the implementation. I need the header. So... Oops. Alright. Every time I say SHA, well, we're gonna have to. That's how it works. Hacking without a black ski mask. Yeah, true. My bad. My bad. I don't know what I'm thinking. Do we have multiple, like... Is there a CPU implementation of this? There should be. Ah, we can reuse... Oh, that's kind of helpful. We can actually reuse the SHA-1 implementation in our thing. Okay, so yeah, there's a CPU version as well, it seems. Yeah, so should I try and add it, or should I try and make it a plugin? That's the question. Code in the C language, that's okay. Deep understanding of the algorithm, no, we got that. Plugin is multi-layered process, yep, okay. More than 100 kernels from whatever, iterations from whatever crypto primitive, slow kernel, expected less than 10 million guesses per second. Well, we expect more than 10 million guesses. We also expect more than 100 iterations. Otherwise, you probably want to develop a fast kernel. Note that the most crypto primitives that would need to be implemented as a fast kernel are already implemented. Alright. I expect most people reading this document want to write a slow kernel. Right, a slow kernel is easier to start with, alright? Most of the time, you'll find the compute intense code in a kernel you can copy and paste from other kernels, or yeah, whatever, bro. Another preparation you need to make before you start coding is to pick the right hash mode number. To make it short, there's some logic to this, but it's not easy to explain. If you do not want to push your code to Hashcat upstream, simply pick a number between 90,000 and 100,000. I guess we don't need to, like, I don't know how many times people are going to need to do this. Have I ever gotten a macOS VM working? Yes, many times. We will not use this range in the upstream repository. This way we can avoid any collisions in the numbering system. If you plan to contribute your code to Hashcat upstream, please follow these guidelines. Think in steps of the hundreds, so that your hash mode ends with 00. Yeah, I might just do this, because I don't know how many times we're going to need to do this. Once we do it, like, ideally, we just do it once. If we need to do it more than once, we probably fucked up somewhere along the way. Okay, anyway. Special hardware required for Hashcat plugin development. However, there are some recommendations we can give you. Stick as close as possible to the hardware on which the plugin is supposed to run on. For instance, if you write a plugin which is supposed to be used by pen testers, you probably want to use a mobile GPU. No, we don't want to do that. I think we're going for high-end, yeah. Private computers. Well, I guess we are doing private computers, actually. So, I guess discrete mid-range. This is so niche that if someone wanted to run it again for whatever reason, they can just grab your plugin from Git and fuck around. Yeah, probably. Probably. Yeah, it's not exactly like, it's not like cracking a zip file where it's like a lot of people want to do that. This is probably a one-time thing, and if it's not, yeah, you're right. Someone can probably just grab it from me. Imagine if people donate thousands of dollars of energy to your code and the key ends up not working. I mean, we're in pre-production right now, all right? That's what we're trying to prevent. We're trying to make sure that this is gonna work before we start, like, wasting anyone's time, you know what I mean? If you plan to use an NVIDIA GPU, you will have the least unwanted side effects. We read that. Additionally, this has the advantage of, yeah, well, we'll make sure, I'll be sure to test it on at least, I think I can test it on OpenCL, CUDA, and Apple Silicon. And that's probably gonna cover most scenarios. Maybe even ROCm, the AMD ROCm. I've never used that before, but maybe we can try that. Oh, if you plan to use an AMD GPU, please use ROCm drivers. This limits you to use Linux. Time of writing this document, the use of AMD GPU Pro drivers is a pain. Do yourself a favor and do not try to develop on AMD GPU Pro drivers. Thanks for the tip. If you plan to use a CPU for development, make sure that you install and use the Intel OpenCL. Oh, interesting. So this is like is this an OpenCL implementation on CPU? Right, okay, so basically we write everything in OpenCL, then that stuff gets, I guess, kind of cross-compiled to CUDA and stuff like that in later on, or it gets run through the Intel OpenCL runtime, which runs it on CPUs. Can we use Voodoo 3? I mean, you could. I don't know if you'll get anything out of it. One of the most important factors for choosing the right compute API is that it supports using printf from inside the kernel. Okay. In the past, this way of debugging was not possible, which made kernel development a real pain. With the current OpenCL drives, it works pretty well. Get used to to the idea that printf becomes your primary debugging utility. Since you only write a very small piece of code in the kernel, it's not as bad as you may think. Personally, I like to write my plugins on Linux-based, but of course you can also use macOS or Windows, or regular runtime support debugging functionalities on all operating systems. Okay. Since you will recompile the kernel very often, to avoid getting frustrated waiting for the compiler to finish, I think it's very beneficial to have a high-clocked CPU. Mine's okay. The number of cores is not very important. Limit the system to a single GPU only, otherwise the code is compiled for each GPU in the system. While the code is cached after the same GPU types, the memory allocation cannot. Which, what do I have in this virtual machine? I have Clover. How embarrassing. I believe I want Rustical. Is that correct? I think it is. No. Ah! Oh, is it not supposed to have an E at the end? I think that's why. Yeah, alright. I'm trying to speak too much English, that's why. Doesn't the Voodoo 3 have better 2D acceleration than modern GPUs? We need Voodoo 3 support. Maybe, that might be true, I'm not sure. Okay, so... Fun fact, we actually are running on a real GPU in this VM. Oops. So... But I don't know if we might have to, hang on. Might be missing some libraries still. Oh, actually, that is the one I need. Oh, I've already got it. Yeah, I've got a GPU. But yeah, I wouldn't actually be running this in a virtual machine. If I wouldn't actually be like brute forcing in a virtual machine. There's no benefit to doing that. No devices found / left. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. Not important. Maybe I'll have to restart? I don't know. So I hate to ruin the momentum, but I may have to get off stream in about 15-20 minutes. Good morning, Clive. How you doing? Top of the morning to you, Clive. Yeah. So, but I'll be back to keep working on this soon. So I don't know. We may not be able to get much done on this, but I'll try. I'll try my best. What's the occasion? I have to pick something up at 5 o'clock my time, and it's 4:14. I mean, it's not like time critical. I don't have to. I don't have to be there at 5 on the dot, but it's just like, you know, that's the time we agreed to. Did we get to the Arch wiki? I just wanted to know why OpenCL wasn't working, but it's probably just because it's a virtual machine. Because this is a real GPU. I passed a real GPU through to this, so I think we should have OpenCL, and like CL info says we've got like some OpenCL. Oh, actually, it does say no devices found. Googling for arcane documentation, hell yeah. Yeah, so we got this. Got this. Yeah, I'm probably just missing something, but I won't waste too much time going over it. Something or someone. I mean, keep in mind, I have just spent the last 4 hours or so trying to mod an Xbox 360, so do you really think it's gonna be someone? Alright, what's next? Yep, high-end GPUs can have negative effect on development since they ship with a lot of specialized hardware instructions. Since the JIT will always try to optimize your code as much as possible, these additional instructions will complicate the optimizer's task. Low-end GPUs can have negative effect on development, so they lack resources. Okay, so they're just saying like somewhere in the middle would be most helpful for development. Maybe an RX 570 is actually not a bad choice in that case. It's one of the people who worked on the hashes of the Xbox 360? Damn, maybe. Before you actually start with your implementation, make sure you have already cloned Hashcat from GitHub Master. I have done that. That you're able to compile on your system that runs smoothly. So far, so good. Make sure you have a clean installation with no previous version artifacts laying around. The optional unit test stub originally is written intentionally in a different language. Okay, despite of the language, the input and the output data of any hashing encryption algorithm should be the same. If they match, then your plugin implementation is very likely to be worked correctly. From our experience in the last years adding new Hashcat hash modes, we cannot stress enough how important it is to have a POC. Wait a second. I think this is, hang on, I want to test something real quick. I think this is going to be correct, but I just want to double check. How much do we actually need to do here? So let's do a build again of my proof of concept app. Okay. Let me print that hash again. Print hash. I'm fairly certain what I'm about to find is true. I just want to be 100% sure. Length. New line. Oops. Let's call it SHA. Okay. So now, if I disregard this entirely and just make hash, actually I'll call it SHA again. I'll have to add a bunch of these in. Probably a faster way of doing that, but whatever. Cool. Okay. So we actually don't have to re-implement any of this stuff at all. It's literally just this. And as long as we can get this hash, we're good. Like, we're good to go. There's the 4-hour mark. Is the bot still running up to double up notifications? No. It crashed, actually. Maybe it crashes. Maybe now it crashes at the 4-hour mark instead of what it was doing before. I've just rebooted it, so any future notifications will be okay. Okay. So yeah, basically, as long as we get this hash specifically, we're fucking good to go. So we would modify our bootloader a little bit, and I don't know exactly which way we'll do it. If we go for, like, basically we have a lot of 1-byte solutions and we have some 2-byte solutions. I'll have to do some research to figure out which one is going to make us more likely to get a matching SHA. My instinct is that it's 1-byte, but it's I don't know anything about how crypto works. So leave it on until next stream with a doubling bug for science. I think it will just keep going. It'll become 2, become another 4 hours, become 3, 4, 5. I think it will just keep going. I could try. I could leave it on all overnight and see what happens. Brilliant, though. So yeah, we don't have to worry about fucking any of this. We just want this. That's all you need. Yeah, so how do we actually plunge into this now? A number of random passwords are generated for the selected hash mode. Each of the generated passwords is passed to the module generate hash method, which is one of the methods you have to populate with code, and thus a hash is generated. In the end, both information, password, and final hash line. The thing about this is the password here is quite long. It's about 1 kilobyte, or it's almost 2 kilobytes actually. Oh, actually no, it's about 6 kilobytes, 6.7 kilobytes. So we need to this is the quote-unquote password. Yeah, so that is a slight complication, is that it can't all be random. Like, for testing purposes, sure, but for the purposes of our work, we need to be able to control at least some of this. We need to be able to control basically. My thinking is I'll try to put hang on, where's I should have it somewhere around here. CBA MFG 9188. I've got it somewhere. Here we go. There we go. Okay, so let's actually real quick. Let's make sure that this is still working. That this works with both. All right. Oh, is this modified? Huh. Is it? Could it be? I'll have to do some research about that, because this is like ideally the one that we would want to use, I think. And it's got a bunch of blank bytes at the end. That should be enough to trigger something. There is a public key struct and a SHA-1 hash you can safely trample over, as well as a bunch of padding. Depending on how you patch it, you can make it so it just copies the next stage number. I did just hardcode. Yeah, you're right. My bad. My fucking bad. Okay, cool. Never mind. Ignore everything that I just said. Giving knowledge for heists. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Okay, so yeah, so this should have plenty of room. Yeah, there's padding bytes. We should be able to sneak extra bytes into. And yeah. I think this is ideally the CBA we would use, because it's the only one that's signed and doesn't require a CPU key. Or it's not per console. So I think that's our ideal one. And it looks like there's a bunch of, yeah, any of this, like, most of these zeros should be perfectly fine to trample. And you can write the NAND through the NAND header, but do you have to do anything special to write to the CB? No, the CB is part of the NAND. If you actually look, here's my NAND. It's a dump I got from my Xbox. If you jump to 8400, go, see CB3A, that's the start of CBA. So we go to here, CB3A, there it is. So yeah, it's just a section of the NAND basically. Still not the MFG I tested. Damn, you're right. This is what streaming does to an MF. Well, okay, so it's still good. This is what fucking streaming brain rot looks like. Might want to look at 1BL in a hex editor. For which bit? I mean, I've already loaded up 1BL into Ghidra. It's this one. Depends. So I don't know what you're asking me to look at. How did Microsoft know the CPU key for encryption? We have the boot console to get the key. We have to boot the console to get the key. How did Microsoft encrypt CBB? Microsoft, I mean, the kernel has ways to get it. It's just that we don't have access to the kernel. So we have to install a new OS that does, or that gives us lower level access. But in theory, if we could get lower level access from through user space, we could get the CPU key. I'm pretty sure. Manufacturing bootloaders, yeah. So the reason why I would want to use this is because it doesn't have a CPU key at all, so we would get away with not having to even worry about it. The kernel doesn't have ways to get it, the hypervisor does. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it was one of those. It was either the kernel or the hypervisor, and I said the wrong one. Yeah, so there are ways to get it there are ways for software to get it, just not our software to get it, essentially. Okay, so assuming that this is the right CBA to hit, which I think it is, this is the almighty SHA-1. Oh, the message in 1BL. I've seen this before. I know what you're talking about, but just for the sake of everyone else, I will load it up. So this is 1BL. This is the secret ROM in the CPU. They had to have known people would dump this and try to look at it, even if it was a secret ROM. It says, copyright 2008, Microsoft Corporation, all rights reserved. Do not unlawfully hack, circumvent, reverse engineer, modify, or copy. Ah, shit. They're on to us already. Well, my bad. You know what? Fair's fair. They did tell me. In that case, I guess we'll just stop everything here. You know, I don't want to make anyone mad. Just lawfully do it. True. All right, you're right. Lawfully hack, you guys. This is a lawful hack. All right, I'm gonna make that my stream title next time. Lawfully hacking the Xbox 360. Thank you for encouraging me to learn decomp, and it was a pleasure working on Lego Island with you. It's the end. What's the end? Lego Island said not to decompile. That's it. Oh, true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the Lego Island, somewhere in its like end user license agreement, it's just like, do not reverse engineer or decompile, and I'm just like, ah, shit. Well, they got us. It actually might not have been Lego Island. It might have been. I might be confusing it with the DirectX. I know that DirectX says that. Let's see. Hang on, let me find it. Because now it's kind of funny. So if we go to, hang on. I know you can't see right now. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm thinking about DirectX. So DirectX has somewhere in it. Oops. Yeah. Oh dear. They're gonna be in shambles when we have to work through fucking Direct 3D retained mode. This is the license that you get with it. Blah blah blah, redistributable code, etc, etc. You may not reverse engineer, decompile, or disassemble the redistributable code, except and only, wait, to the extent that such activity is expressly permitted by applicable law notwithstanding its limitation. Yo, we just need to pass a law saying that we can definitely decompile all of DirectX, and then we're good. Oh god, anyway. Microsoft being so worried about us. You know, it's almost like they don't want me to hack 360 or something. And that's just really sad. I don't get what their objection would be. We could do like what they do with executions. If no one knows which GPU cracked the hash, no one could be guilty of cracking it. True. Alright. Is it true that the Xbox One is unmoddable? Well, look, I never like to say anything is impossible. I mean, not too long ago we would have said running Windows NT 4 on the Wii is impossible. It does seem like it's very unlikely, though. It does seem like there there are no known good exploits for the 360. Oh, I mean for the Xbox One. I mean, and the 360 kind of. Those are laws here and likely don't apply to those outside of Australia. Oh yeah, I did say something like that, didn't I? Okay, God. Okay. The first really needed ingredient to create a plugin is the module. The module is a single C source file in which you can freely implement the 68 different interface functions or add your own auxiliary functions. No worries, I have never had a module which required me to implement all 68 functions. Many functions are really only required in special cases. In the best cast, you only need to implement 2 functions. The integration in Hashcat is very easy. Your module is compiled to a SO shared object on Linux or DLL on Windows. Yeah, okay. The moment when Hashcat starts, it loads the shared object corresponding to the hash mode the user specified by the M option. The path in which you have to store your module is source modules C. Okay. From there, the module is compiled as a shared object into the folder, shared folder modules. All right. So, in theory, somewhere around here, there's a modules. Oh yeah, there are. There are a bunch of .so files. Okay. Easy. Easy. Alright, well I get it. So we just grab the SHA-1 module, which is -HH, which is, where is it? It's towards the top somewhere. Is it that? Wait, no. I guess it's 110, or is there a... Oh yeah, here we go. SHA-1. Ordinary ass SHA-1. That's what we need. So we just have to find modules 100. And I'll call it modules 9. We do need to put a 360 in there somewhere. Why don't I change the theme? I mean, I don't know. Why don't I do crystal meth? I guess it just didn't occur to me. 420690. Nah, it's okay. Secretly likes it. You know, I do like the old Aero look, though. I do kind of miss the my old Linux look as well. Why don't you do crystal meth? That seems in character. You know what? True, really. Xbox 360. Rot. Some SHA. Should I call it that, or should I actually figure out what? I feel like it's like rotated some. Is there any actual documentation about what that means? Or should I just call... Maybe I should just go ahead and fucking call it Rot Some SHA. Like, maybe... Does anyone really care? Ruffle mail some... yeah. Close enough. Close enough. Alright. Just need to get that SHA to return true on existing bootloader for RGH consoles and it'll just work. What we need specifically is... Where do I have it? I don't have it anymore. Shit. I should write it down actually. What we need is a CBA, a bootloader, that doesn't care about the digital signature of the next bootloader, and that matches precisely oh no, not transfer, it's in shared. Here, precisely this SHA-1. So yeah, we just need anything that will not care about the next bootloader and will produce this SHA-1 when hashed. It doesn't matter. Basically, as soon as we have that, we can do whatever the hell we want from CBB onwards. It doesn't care anymore. What are the contents of source but? What did I put in here? Oh yeah, I was just testing something in, this was literally just a blank Godot project. That's why it's got the Godot icon here. Yeah, I just created it because I was trying to like, I think I was having trouble with .NET working, and so I just made it because I was like trying to figure it out. Don't need it. All right, so I'm gonna write that down. In shared 360, create new text file, 9188 SHA-1. So, whoa. So yeah, again, doesn't matter what's in the file, except, well, actually it does matter. CBA does matter because it's going to be code that has to run. But basically, by any means necessary, we just need it to not care about the next bootloader's digital signature and to have this SHA-1. If we can do that, we're good. If we already have a CBA with that key, why are we doing this? Because we don't. We have a CBA. We have one of those things. We have a CBA that has this hash, but we don't have a CBA that doesn't care about CBB and also has this hash. We need both. Wow, It Swirls actually went to the effort of typing it all out. That's crazy. Well, for posterity, I suppose. Thanks, I appreciate it. We entirely just rewrite our own CBA that loads into some arbitrary BS from NAND and a shit ton of blank space for brute forcing purposes. Yeah, I mean, as a matter of fact, a CBA doesn't technically need to do anything. It just, as long as it has this hash, then that's kind of, and it does something that we want it to do, it can kind of do anything at that point. It just needs to have this hash. Developing his own exploits. I mean, I don't know if this is necessarily an exploit. It's more just taking advantage of the fact that in the last 20 years, SHA-1 has become faster to calculate. We could in fact have a bunch of hashes of every valid CBA signature and hope we match at least one of them with a brute force, which in theory reduces complexity even more. Yeah. Yeah, that's true actually. That is actually, you're right. Because as long as we could transplant the signature if we wanted to, right? With another hash. So that is so true. In theory, if we had, that's crazy. Yeah, you're right. In theory, if there are, let's say, like 16 valid digital signatures, then our probability goes up from like this to this, right? Our probability of getting a match. That's crazy. I didn't even think about that. So 1BL does the mem compare on CBA. You can replace CBA with a CBA that's modified to run modified code. The only thing I'm worried about is aren't some bootloaders per console revision. Yeah, but CBA is so simple and should be able to transplant to any 360. I believe we shouldn't have any, like CBA, its only responsibility is to decrypt CBB with the CPU key. And of course, if we have control, we can make it not do that. And then validate CBB. Oh, this is 1BL actually. Decrypt using the CPU key. Oh, it won't do that here because this is the version that doesn't do the CPU key decryption. Okay, it literally CBA's only goal is to decrypt CBB with the CPU key and check its digital signature and jump to it. If we have control over CBA, we don't need that CPU key per console verification. We don't have to care about it, and we can make it not care about the digital signature. So essentially, CBA's only goal is just jump to CBB, which can be anything by that point because it doesn't care. It can be anything. So yeah, there shouldn't be. I don't believe there should be any issue like just making one good CBA and just transplanting it everywhere. And as long as it matches a valid signature, it should be fine. And yeah, so I have 62 files signed with 1BL public key and Xbox ROM B. So in theory, if there are 62 valid hashes out there, that's kind of crazy what that does for us. If that's actually true, then our actual complexity becomes more like, I mean, it still looks like a big number, but probability-wise, we go from 1.5 years to, hang on, I have to work this out again. What the fuck? Wait, really? What the fuck? If this is true, hang on. If we actually have... If we have 62 valid signatures, we go from 1.5 years to 8.5 days. Really? What in the fuck? Is that actually real? The math is wrong? I don't think so. I don't think this is wrong. If this is 62, I'm very skeptical this will work. Again, this does come down to us having like being able to achieve this. Even more skeptical that having hashes reduces complexity that much. It's possible the math is wrong. Very skeptical. It does seem a bit too good to be true. Hang on. Wait, so this, yeah, divided by 62. I think it should be divided by 62. I think it would be, because the probability of gaining a match would be multiplied by, it would be 62 times higher, I think. All right, so I'm gonna go worst case scenario. Let's go this. This is 2 to the 80. This is with no optimization. This is birthday paradox only. Divided by 62, assuming that this is correct. Okay, so we get this number. Fucking up the numbers. I mean, if you have an alternative, we can try it. No, but the math does technically work out, because if we calculated 1.5 years here, and we divide that by 62, and we divide that by 365 per days, it still comes out to 8.5 days. So it's not necessarily that, if we assume this is correct, it's not necessarily the calculator. But yeah, I'm gonna go worst case scenario, 2 to the 80 divided by 62. I think it would be divided by 62. And then that's combinations. Divided by per second. So this is seconds. That's minutes. This is hours. 24. It's days. And that's years. So it would still take 12,000 years. I seriously don't think having more valid hashes makes it easier to such a great extent. It depends on how the shambles vulnerabilities work. Do you think it isn't? There's probably yeah, because it's all probabilities, right? So it's like, so that's like an ideal, a very ideal scenario. 12,000 years. That's 12,000 years on, like, with no optimization. You can imagine in that way, each hash, 62 of them are spaced apart, so I think the math is correct. The math, I think, is correct, assuming this works, I think. 5 p.m. is soon? You're right, 5 p.m. is soon. Okay, well, I think I'll have to get going. In the words of Link from CDI, I guess I'd better get going. It's 63 since you have one. No, I assume that the one I'm using is part of the 62. Huh. I'm trying to figure. It does seem, like I said, it does seem like a bit. It seems like that must not be right. Try this calculator. All right. We do have to work with some very big numbers here. Make sure to use big precision, all right? Big precision. So again, and the thing about a hash is it's not necessarily random. The hash is gonna use the data before it and the data after it. So we don't necessarily get entirely every combination just by spamming bytes. That's, I think, going to be the biggest concern, is we don't get. It may be possible that there are hashes we cannot get to just by spamming bytes, but that's why the shambles thing is going to help. That's what the shambles thing is supposed to help with. Okay, so assuming 2 to the power of 61. Oh, you can put a whole formula in. Okay, so divided by, I think it is divide by 62. If there are 62 potentially correct hashes. Again, this is probability. The probability, and assuming that, like, stuff works out. And then we divide by how many calculations we can do per second. So yeah, that's how many calculations we need. Then calculations per second. Then so now we're in seconds. Minutes, hours, days. We'll just keep it on days. Which? Oh, is it because of the commas? I'll get rid of those. Oops. It's still 8.5 days. Again, I wanna agree that don't get hyped. Don't assume that this is actually gonna happen in 8.5 days, because it's all gonna come down to our ability to get a likelihood that's this good. The computer SHA is the SHA of the RSA key. It's the SHA of the digital signature. So basically, it's signed, and then it's but it uses a SHA to make sure that the data has not been tampered with. Wouldn't be in reverse. Days, hours, minutes. No, because this is number of combinations we'd need to try. This is potentially correct combinations. This is how many combinations we can do in a second. So this is seconds to minutes, minutes to hours, hours to days. Go a step further, don't assume it's going to happen at all. This is all hypothetical. Sure, for sure. Better to be surprised that something works than disappointed it doesn't. Yeah, I would agree with that. I'm all about under-promising and over-delivering, so I don't want to make any promises at all. Yeah, 8.5 days is best case scenario. Not likely. Unlikely best case scenario. But anyway. So I'm gonna have to get going. I hate to leave right in the middle of that. But yeah. So don't. The hell is that? Get out of here. I don't care about the current theme. I'm full of expectations. No, stop having expectations, okay? Are you ready to leave? I do have to leave. It's 4:52 already, which, like I said, it's fine. I don't have to be anywhere on the dot. It's just like that's when we agreed to meet. So I can pick up my shit. All right, nice Shrek screenshot. True, excellent Shrek screenshots. All right. Let's go. Let's get out of here. I'll be back on. Left to my own devices, I would be back on Tuesday, but maybe I'll come back on the weekend just to get some more, just to look into this a little bit more. That's why I'm disappointed by the pace of my decoms. True. That's me as well. All right. Bye bye. Yeah, I might hop on like Saturday or Sunday. If I don't, definitely Tuesday. All right. I just joined. Well, sorry about that. Same time tomorrow. It would be I don't. I have some work to do, but I would. It is fun. I would like to look into this more for sure. To hash this out. Good one. All right. Bye bye guys. Let's
Whenever he's ready, we're good to
go ahead and raid someone. Just open up Twitch. Who's live? Who's my friend? I like to raid friends. Honestly, not many. We could raid Churls, who's a long. Most of my Twitch friends are like from 2016, like long time ago. Do something real quick after stream ends. Yeah, sure, go for it. All right, see you next time. Bye bye.